Bunny is a non-linear horror visual novel. When winter comes, everything falls into slumber, everything except this winter. There's something wandering in snow-covered path, lurked behind black trees and taking whatever it considers due. It leaves behind strange rumors, voices calling you into the thicket, faces watching you through your windows, mysterious prints in the snow, and a growing number of missing children posters. Those who have heard the voice of the forest are beyond help. Their only option is to sink deeper and deeper into the cold embrace and face their final choice in that icy darkness to stay alive or to stay human. Tiny Bunny is a non-linear horror novel, visual novel with a branching plot inspired by the short story of the same name by Dimitri Mortis. You're playing as Anton, a young boy who has recently moved to a small remote town surrounded by forests. In this isolated place, you find yourself pulled into a deepening mystery as unsettling events occur and local children begin to go missing. Your choices determine which paths open as the danger around the town escalates. Warning, this game contains offensive language and scenes of physical and psychological violence. Proceed with caution. There's 20 different endings. This could be good. So it's a visual novel, y'all. So it's kind of like a story, but I get to answer questions. Like, you could kind of say it's kind of like an Until Dawn, like in esque, like you could say something like that. It's a decision-based like little horror novel though. It's like a book with somebody reading to us. I wonder if somebody's gonna read to us or if I'm gonna have to read it, because I don't mind reading it. Oh, I'm bugging. That's why it's not capturing nothing, because I'm fucking bugging. The wind clawed at my window all night long. Okay, so which one's next? Auto? Oh, what's auto? Whoa, how I play this? What's auto? The fuck? It wandered the fields and howled like a hungry beast. An endless song. Oh nah, we're turning auto the fuck off. That shit too fast. The fuck? An endless song weave from all sorts of voices, shrill, gentle, sneery, twined in the air. They were shouting and laughing and arguing about something. Someone was running through the snow while casting long shadows that would occasionally creep close to my bed. Who that? Our house had a mind of its own, the creaky old mind of a building that had seen a lot in its days and was seemingly trying to share its wisdom with inhabitants. The lonely house faced the forest, and the dark green thicket gazed back with its hollow eyes, rustling, whizzing, swaying back and forth. One could come out and stand at the edge of the forest to reassure themselves there was nobody behind the crooked trees. Fuzzy silhouettes swaying in the wind couldn't possibly do any harm. It's just a play of light and shadow. Just a play. I knew it was just my imagination. I was already 12 after all. Still. Is that a bear? That's a raccoon, right? Episode 1, the owl will arrive. Hold up. You be trapping raccoons? What you mean? Like trapping them in like a cage? Opera, where the hell y'all live at, Opera? You got Zach out there trapping raccoons, twin? Opera, what you want, sis? Okay, this Pops. This is me and my sister. Hey, put away your book. Mom, why are you talking like that? She said,
Сколько раз говорила, не читай
How many
за столом,
times?
вредно. Сидишь, сутулился весь.
How many times have I told you not to read at the table? It's bad for your health. Look at how slouched you are. Hide? Yeah, put it away. Yeah. I didn't protest and put the book about Conan the Barbarian aside. I was struck on a line I couldn't understand after reading it 3 times anyways. It said line? Olya had already finished her breakfast and was munching on some cookies. She was so enthusiastic, she almost looked like your typical girl from commercials.
Пока не съешь, из-за стола не встанешь.
Mom, you're not going anywhere until you finish all of it. I, on the other hand, was trying to drill a hole in the plate with my eyes as if it wouldn't make the porridge disappear. Hazy, what? anxiousness well up inside, all because of the previous sleepless nights, the black forest around our house, and the gloomy wind. The longer I waited, the colder the lumpy white substance became. It looked like a jellyfish from the, what? Coastal Odyssey? I love that show. I wonder how horrifying the bottom of the ocean is. Or how could the black forest, or how cold the black forest is at night. So where's the black forest at? Is that outside our crib? The spoon fell out of my hand. Mom showered me with the cold glare from her green eyes.
Что я говорила?
Mom, what did I just say?
Я достану.
Anton, I'll get it. I had 10 seconds to catch my breath before battling a nasty porridge once again. I felt around for the spoon. What is this? Carved on the other side of the table. Karina? Who the fuck is Karina? Ha, that's my mom's name. I guess she carved it out with something pointy when she was little. She sure was a rascal, damaging the furniture like that. She would scold me for a week if I did something similar though. Should I remind her about it? No, she's been in a bit of a bad mood lately. I imagined her being my age, sitting under the table. I wonder, was Mom afraid of the dark back then? Or the sound coming from the attic? Or the thick forest? I imagined my grandma coming into my little mom's room, sitting at the edge of the bed, where Olya sleeps nowadays, and saying this in her soft, smooth voice.
Тайга особое место, детка.
Grandma, Taiga is a special place, little girl.
Она к тебе присматривается, принюхивается,
It's watching you closely, sniffing you out,
словно хочет понять, что ты за зверь такой.
trying to discern what kind of beast you are.
Понравится.
Yo, Emmett, what's up,
или
Emmett?
брось.
Appreciate you tuning in. How you been? Yo, cereal milk was good. My fault, Brody. I was dealing with a kid. Yo, Dino, you're good, twin. Dino, do your thing. Opera, appreciate you for sharing the live, Opera. Yo, y'all, we're playing Tiny Bunnies. It's like a visual horror. It's like a book type of game. You feel me? So, but we make decisions too. So, shit, we finna see what happens. If you're a good sort, it won't abandon you in times of trouble.
А будешь проказничать, схватит за бочок и утащит с собой под землю.
But if you're a bad apple, it'll grab you by the side and drag you under the ground.
Тут и дело с концом.
And that will be it. Grandma was caring. She never fought with anybody, never yelled, never swore. Those were the times without maddening screams until late at night, without smashed dishes and mutual accusations. Oh, wait, what did I just do? Oh, no. Our parents used to love each other back then. I remember listening in on one of their conversations by chance. They were talking about Grandma getting prepared for her funeral. She had already bought a casket, and she called it her cute funeral box. I waited for his time in the closet patiently. It was black, upholstered with meat-colored material on the side. I saw it when my grandma was getting buried. The house didn't change since the time she was alive. Only all of the photos were gone. Glass-covered pictures with gray faces of my ancestors. They all had died. What? They all had a dead? They all had a dead but watchful look in their eyes. Okay. That shit wasn't making sense to me. I crawled out from under the table. Olya was done with her cookies and was looking at my share like a sly woodland critter. Yo, Emmett, I appreciate the galaxy, Emmett. I appreciate you. And Emmett, I'm doing good. Appreciate you for asking. This is called Tiny Bunny, Emmett. It's yo, Jay, what's good, my guy? Yo, I ain't doing no streamer or university gang. I'm gonna be at like school, so I wouldn't be able to do that shit. Shout out Emmett for hitting level 18 in the fan club. But this game is called Tiny Bunny. It's a visual horror game, and I make decisions and stuff like that. I read the bio to it in the beginning when I first sparked my stream. I turned my gaze toward the frosted window. There were a lot of dark pines outside, but they didn't grab my attention. The pattern of frost formed a picture on the glass.
Оля, гляди, лиса!
Anton, Olya, look, it's a fox. That's a fox? I thought that was a raccoon back there. That might be a fox, though.
Где?
Where? It looked almost like the optical illusion thingies they put on the back of students' notebooks. Yo, I know he talking about. Y'all know he talking about, you know, like the little thing where you turn it and it's kind of. Yo, Emmett, I appreciate that, twin. Emmett, I appreciate you. W, Emmett. Yo, speaking of that, Emmett, yo, I'm going to get my PC upgraded tomorrow at Micro Center. I'm going to try to upgrade my CPU and my RAM, maybe my graphics card. I might upgrade everything, and we will be, if so, we'll be on TikTok and Twitch tomorrow. PC will be good. That's lit. A mixture of lines at first glance, but if you blur your vision a little bit and look under a certain angle,
Да не на улице, на стекле.
not outside, on the window.
Смотри, вот нос, вот.
Look, here's the nose and here's
Ну-ка, доедай.
mom. Hey, eat up.
Да, да, сейчас.
Yes, just a moment.
Я ничего не вижу.
I didn't see anything. So I'm Anton, she's Oya.
Живо. Совсем немного осталось.
Hurry up, that's not much left. There's not much left.
Вот. Но все равно не похоже.
Oya, there it is. But it still doesn't look like one.
А я говорю, похоже.
And I'm telling you it does.
Не-а.
Nuh-uh.
Похоже.
It does.
Прекратите. Ну
Stop
что за
it.
дети?
Stop it. These kids, I swear. Now I couldn't see the fox either. Damn, where did the fox go? Is that moving? Is the background moving? Or am I bugging? Nah, right? Is it playing tricks on us? I got you, Emmett. Emmett, I got you. I appreciate you. No bullshit. I appreciate you always, Emmett. Yo, Frog, what's up, Frog? Appreciate you tuning in. How's your what's today? Thursday? How's your Thursday, Frog? It disappeared. Went away. Only the frosty pattern, similar to stretched out needle leaves, kept creeping up the glass. Oh, this my dad? My dad entered the kitchen with long measured steps. Emmett, I appreciate 27 roses, Emmett. I appreciate you. I'll go help you in chatter too. Appreciate that, Frog. I want to have a beard like this when I grow up. Facts, bro. I need my shit to still connect right here. Like, I need to, bro. Like, what's up? He need to put me on. Mom would always ask jokingly, come on, shave it off. It stinks. Oh, it stings. This was so long ago. Nowadays, rumbling doors and witty comebacks were an everyday occurrence. Oya always covers her ears whenever she hears something like, what's the point in all this, through the walls. It's all for your sake, Dad would reply, for the sake of our family. I always caught every sound in fear of hearing the most dreaded, the deadliest word that started with a D. He's talking about divorce, by the way, y'all. I don't even want to finish that. It was scary to imagine that me and my little sister could be torn apart and taken into two different families.
Да что твоя лиса? Вот у меня на окне сова.
Oh yeah, anyways, your fox is nothing. I have an owl on my window.
Опять ты со своей совой.
You and your owl talk again?
Так ты же вчера мне верил.
You said you believed me just yesterday.
Никто ключи от машины не видел?
Dad, has anyone seen my car keys?
Вроде оставлял на подоконнике.
I remember leaving them on the windowsill.
Вроде.
Mom, right?
Вроде оставлял, вроде нет.
Maybe you did and maybe not.
Вроде взрослый мужчина, отец двоих детей, а вроде...
You're a grown man, a father of two, and still...
Перестань, пожалуйста.
Why she on that though? You're late to prom, Exodar, you're wildin', twin. You're late to prom, niggas, 9-10. You're late to prom? Yeah, let's see the prom pictures. Yo, it's crazy. My nephew went to prom today. Hold on, let me show y'all my man's fit real quick. My man's had that shit on though. I ain't gonna lie to you, twin. My man's had an aura farm. Hold on, he fake came trim. I was like, hold on, twin. Louis Vuitton on the jacket, the shoes, the belt, and on the glasses. Who he feeling like? He Louis Vuitton out, twin. That's tough. That's tough. And I was hating because in 2020 I ain't getting no prom because it was COVID, so I was hating on his ass. I ain't gonna lie, it was straight trolling. Bro was really up there aura farming. Like now he really blowing me shit. Bro was really up there aura farming and shit. Dad, Corinna, please stop.
Дай мне спокойно собраться.
Just let me get ready in peace.
В корзине твои ключи, возле телефона.
Mom, your keys are in the basket near the phone.
Огромное тебе человеческое спасибо.
Dad, well, thank you very much. What language is he speaking?
Антон, ешь быстрее, а то как мученик сидишь.
Anton, stop making your martyr out of yourself and finish eating already. Is that how you say it?
А сова?
But the owl.
Не было там никакой совы.
There was no owl.
Была.
Oh yeah, but there was.
Глазюки огромные. Во, и светятся.
It had giant glowing eyes. Oya sprung up from the chair and placed her hands on her little face, imitating a pair of eyes with her fingers, the size of an apple each.
В прошлом году бабай в шкафу, сейчас сова.
Dad, last year you had Babai in your closet, and now this owl.
Но я же видела!
Oya, but I saw it. Oya shifted her gaze back and forth from Dad to Mom to me, but couldn't find any
А
support.
ты не думала подружиться с ней, нет?
Dad, have you thought about befriending it?
Вымышленными мышами покормить, например.
You know, like feeding it with imaginary mice?
Не подначивай ребенка.
Mom, don't bully our girl.
Просто мала еще. И спать
She's a-
одна боится.
She's just afraid to sleep alone because she's still little. Oya powdered her lips in rebellion and rushed into the hallway. The staircase that led to the second floor creaked. Mom gave Dad a strict look. Oh, that look in her eyes. It's so uncomfortable to be pinned under it. Dad just snorted in reply and left, ringing with the keys he just found. A minute had passed, and the theme song from The Little Mermaid echoed through the house. It was stored on incredibly worn-out cassette tape, which Dad already had to glue together once. It's so easy to fix objects by gluing them back together, for example. But how do you fix a relationship? How do you fix a relationship, though, y'all? That's a great question. Like, it take two. Weedy Chanel, what's up, Weedy? Appreciate you for tuning in. How's your Thursday? Hope you've been good. Mom moved to the living room and I was left alone, anxiously stealing glances at the window. Oya had trouble sleeping ever since we moved to this house. She would toss and turn or curl up into a ball under her blanket. Sometimes she would jump up in the middle of the night and turn on the VCR. Why the fuck is the music like this? Hey man, I appreciate the donut as well, man. Cartoons helped to take her mind off of all the troubles we had with the move of our parents. The fuck is that? And then Oya just saw that the giant flying monster outside the window. She became obsessed with it. Our parents did everything in the power they tried, every little trick to get rid of these ridiculous fears. Oya refused to sleep alone and didn't believe that the owl was just one of her nightmares. After last night, I was unsure what to make of my sister's words, what to think of it myself. Can nightmares be infectious? That night, I couldn't get a wink of sleep and ended up thinking of what to expect from my new school. There were a couple of days left before the beginning of a new term. My imagination drew along twisting hallways that led to a classroom full of kids, but all the students behind their desks were simply dark figures cut out using a template. Oh nah, they look crazy. Circular holes gaped in the middle of their faces and pairs of eyes blinked inside these holes. It was as if some complete different creatures were looking at me from behind the flat, black silhouettes. Their cruel glares, filled with icy snares, made me shiver from head to toe. Will I survive here? Won't they gang up on me and beat me down, stomp on me with their blooded shoes? The damn school can burn for all I care. I just wish for anything to happen to it. Doesn't really matter what I didn't want to go back there that badly. Oh, wrong button again. I felt like the glasses I wore made me an outsider or some sort of monster. My gaze slid across the drawings hanging on the walls. I couldn't consider myself a great artist, but Oya begged me to hang them. Drawing was the only thing that made me happy as of late. The small circle of friends I had also enjoyed my paintings, and they promised to call me from time to time. Sometimes I imagine Mom picking up the phone and saying in a cold voice, "You've got the wrong number." Or Anton is not here. Anton is not around. I imagine my future classmates lying in their beds just like me, listening to the howls of invisible werewolves outside their windows. Maybe my new classmates will like me after all. But who would ever like a boy with thick glasses? I mean, my dad used to wear glasses when I was little, and now he's married to the most beautiful woman on the planet, my mom. The house creaked, pressed by the wind. Nikki, appreciate you for sharing the live, Nikki. Nikki, how's your night going as well? I hope you're having a great Thursday. The condo we used to live in, a 9-floor concrete building, buzzed with the neighbor's drill, mumbled with a TV set from behind the wall, cried like a baby from the big family next door. Our current house, though, I can't really call it new, was completely different. It was silent and easygoing during the day. Its shadows lay dormant in the corners, on the closet cobwebs, and under the stairs. but they all woke up during the night. Something was watching me from every corner, almost as if the old photos of my deceased families with their ashen eyes were hanging on the walls in places of my drawings. The floor was squeaking, rusty drains were moaning. The attic was occupied with noisy drafts. One could think the house was performing some sort of demonic melody. That's crazy how the music started playing. Going good, got a new book. What you doing? My night's going good. Appreciate you for asking, Nikki. I appreciate the harmony by as well. My fault as well, Nikki. If you're wondering what we're playing, this game is called Tiny Bunny. So it's like a novel. Like it's a horror novel, and I guess we have to make certain decisions at certain times, and somebody could die. Somebody, I don't know honestly. And Nikki, I appreciate the harmony. And then I realized I was in fact hearing music. It was already playing for a good while. Somewhere at the edge of my perception, I could hear a flute, hearing a Pied Piper. It was mixed in with the sound of the wind, of the creaking old house, and my thoughts too. I stood up and rushed to the window. I wanted to reassure myself that this music was nothing more than a product of my imagination. It's not like someone is playing it there amidst the cold, snowy night, right? Open? Oh yeah, open the closet, open the window. Fuck is he doing out there? Someone was dancing in the field. Black silhouettes I could barely make out with the dark forest as their backdrop. They jumped around, basked in moonlight, bumped into piles of snow, rolled around and crawled on all fours. Stories about wolves playing under the moon came to mind, but these were clearly not wolves. They stood upright at times, circled around holding hands and whipping up snow, disappearing into the shadows for a brief moment and then coming back. Something bizarre was going on. Shadows dancing in the starless abyss made my imagination go wild, making me anxious at the same time. Suddenly, the music just stopped. The dancing shadows froze in place, and I could swear pierced me with their eyes. One of the silhouettes immediately parted from the bizarre shadow carnival and sprinted across the field with giant leaps. Yo! It glided on squeaking snow without leaving any prints until it was devoured by the pitch black shadow of my house, which became even darker and thicker. My heart was jumping around like the bird inside a cage. I shut the curtains with a swift motion and stepped back towards the bed. They saw me. A freezing torrent of fear washed over my body. I stood in the middle of a perfectly dark room and listened to some unwanted guest move and scrape around like looking for an entrance. The sound moved to the right, then circled around the house. Now my guest should be at the front door. I jumped into the bed and covered myself with the blankets as if it could protect me. The shackles of fear locked my muscles. I remember the funeral, my grandma lying there, hands crossed on her body, her facial features sharp like that of a tin doll. Yo, I'm locked. I'm not gonna lie, this shit kinda tough. Hold on, y'all. Real quick, got a phone call. Alright, my fault, y'all. That was my brother calling me. Yo, Gio, I'm doing good, Gio. Gio, if you're wondering what we're playing Tiny Bunny. It's like a book. It's a visual horror novel. And I'm the narrator, so I'm reading to y'all. Let me take a sip of some agua. I bet we locked. Ants running up and down the legs of chairs that held my grandma's casket. I imagine those little creatures climbing up her head and pulling up her eyelids with their tiny legs. Oh my gosh. Then her wrinkly eyeballs would once again move inside their sockets, and she'd be able to see her grandchildren. I was chanting the spell she taught me throughout the whole procedure, and now lying under the blanket and listening to squeaks and howls, I was repeating the same words.
На острове Буяне, в синем океане, стоит дымовина, в ней сало и глина, волосы седые, чертям еда, раба Божьего Антона не тронут никогда.
On the island of Buyan, underneath the blemished sun in the sea of color blue, stands a cabin made of wood. There lay lard and ashen hair for the spawn from the devil's lair, to feast and always leave alone God's faithful servant named Aston. Okay?
Бесы забудут дорогу к дому.
Evil leave this house must. Word! Rebuke all that. Ash to ashes, dust to dust. Word! Bizarre sounds had disappeared. I casually peeked out from under the blanket and saw curtains waving around like hanged men. And then the night doused me with a new portion of boiling terror. The sound scratched at my eardrums. In reality, something or someone was scratching at the front door, hurriedly clawing at wood, demanding to be let in. The door was shut. Dad had become very cautious recently, so he installed a sturdy lock. I remember him staring at the forest intently, as if he was looking for someone.
Мертвое к мертвому.
Ash to ashes,
Живое к
dust to
живому.
dust. I hugged my knees, placing my chin between them, and drilled the door with my eyes. It was so flimsy and weak before the might of darkness. And then the doorknob twitched slightly. Yo! Somebody turn the door. Then it turned halfway twice, as if the person who tried to enter had no hands. Ruby, how your night going? Ruby, appreciate you tuning. How's your Thursday? The doorknob tilted once more and then started clicking violently. My jaw cramped from fear. My wet fingers clutched the blankets. The door creaked and opened. Oh my gosh! Flimsy means something bends or breaks you. Okay. Appreciate you, Ruby. The wind taunted me, moaning inside the tin drains. Now you'll see. The door was wide open. Yo. No. The darkness, writhed inside the carnivorous mouth of a doorway. Is that how y'all say that? Writhed? Tosha, what the fuck is that? It was as if the night itself was calling out to me, flapping its black wings and squeaking with rusty hinges. I was trembling, ensnared by the web of darkness that hung in the corners of my room, waiting for the one who weaved it to come out of the gaping black hole. My abdomen tightened and my chest rose up, ready to exhale a desperate scream. But before I was able to do anything, the darkness asked me, Tosha, you asleep? Oh, my sister pale face protruded from the thick shadows. Man, Olya, get your ass in here, bruh. Olya, I'm scared too, shit. Come lay down with me, twin. I almost screamed from relief.
Оля,
Olya.
я не сплю.
Olya, I'm not sleeping. Did something happen? Olya frowned and stuck out her lower lip, a clear sign that she was about to cry.
Оно опять прилетело и пялится на меня.
It's there again, staring at me. Shit, brother.
Прогони ее, Тоша. Прогони, пожалуйста.
Show her away, Tosha, please.
Я так боюсь.
I'm so scared. The fear that was tormenting me was just a minute ago, crawled away and hid somewhere in my stomach. I need to calm Olya down.
Это был сон, глупая. Не пугайся. Сны не кусаются. Никто тебя не обидит.
It was just a dream. Silly, don't be scared. Dreams don't bite. No one's going to harm you. Olya sobbed. She was trying her best to believe me. But was I sure myself?
У меня есть идея.
I have an idea.
А пойдем к тебе в комнату, видик посмотрим. Спящую красавицу, например.
Let's go to your room and watch the video Sleeping Beauty, for example.
Тебе же нравится этот мультик?
You like that cartoon, don't you?
Почему у спящей красавицы принца у меня эта страшная птица?
Why does the Sleeping Beauty have a prince and I have this scary bird? She asked a good question. No bullshit. She asked a good question. That question took me by surprise. Yo! I'm saying, bruh.
Ладно, давай посмотрим Золушку.
All right, let's watch Cinderella. My thoughts became tangled, fuzzy. What was that? What studied me with its eyes while dancing feverishly under the moon? The darkness was clinging to the window and it couldn't be fooled by my grandma's old chance. I couldn't be satisfied with a feast of lard and loosened ashen hair.
Тоша, ты идешь?
Tosha, are you coming?
Да, сейчас.
Yes, just a moment. Did I just kill him? Oh, shit. Oh, that was a flashback. That was a flashback. That's why I didn't want to laugh at Oya and her owl in the morning. Okay, that makes sense. It was showing us like one of his nightmares. Who could be visiting us here in the middle of nowhere? We don't know anyone around here. So persistent. I felt extremely unsettled just from a silly thought that our morning guest could come from the woods. I could barely hear voices coming from the front door. My mind was urging me to hide. In the closet, under the table, behind the curtains where Oya always hides. Tosha, come here. I felt like kettlebells were tied to my feet but still dragged them towards the hallway. That's the cops? A couple of policemen towered over me in the doorway. They smelled like frost and worry. My mom always winced and grumbled the moment she saw patrol cars, worse than bandits. At the moment, though, she looked somewhat confused.
Здравствуйте.
Hello? The senior officer who wore a grim expression nodded.
Тут мальчик вчера потерялся. Вовой зовут.
Mom, a boy had gone missing yesterday. His name is Vova.
Глянь, пожалуйста.
Look
Ты
at
его не
this.
видел?
Look at this, please. Have you seen him? The policeman held out a photograph to me. There was a ginger boy around the age of elementary school pictured with a wall carpet as the backdrop. He had a striped cat in his hands and wore a wide smile.
Нет.
No, I haven't.
Точно?
Are you
Посмотри
sure?
внимательнее.
Are you sure? Look closely.
Где мне его видеть? Я тут никого не знаю. Да и из дома-то почти не выхожу.
Where would I see him? I don't know anyone here. I barely leave the house.
А может, видел в окно?
Well, maybe you've seen him from the window.
Да, у тебя ведь окна на лес.
Mom, that's right. Your window looks straight at the forest, don't they? The window.
Нет, не видел.
No, I haven't seen anything.
Ясно.
I see. He sounded tired, but his eyes, his stare long and heavy, was full of suspicion. I squirmed unwittingly under the weight of guilt which his giant shadow cast over me. The policeman finally tore his eyes from me and glanced over the hallway, the stairway, and the cracks in the ceiling, which I haven't noticed before for some reason.
Вы, кстати, как на новом месте?
How do-
Попривыкли уже?
How do you like your new place, by the way? Getting used to it?
Понемногу, только вот дочка маленькая по городу скучает.
Mom, bit by bit, it's just our little daughter misses the country a lot. Our
Скучает,
city a lot.
значит. Из местных вас никто не беспокоит?
Miss the city, huh? Have the locals been treating you well?
Все хорошо, спасибо.
Yes, everything is all right. Thank you. The policeman pierced through me one more time with his brown eyes. My head started spinning.
Может, вам помочь как-то?
Can I help you somehow? I asked that in a shaky voice to look like a polite boy and to end this unpleasant conversation
Я
sooner.
вот стою и думаю,
Now that I think about
ты,
it,
малец, на племеша моего похож.
you look like one of my nephews, little fella.
Шустрый парнишка твоих лет, с такими же окулярами. Все книжками зачитывался, детективами.
He's a witty boy around your age, wears the same type of goggles, haha. Always engrossed in reading those mystery
Когда
novels.
летом погостить приезжал. Говорит, что в школу милиции мечтает поступить.
Told me he wants to enroll in police school when his family visits this summer.
Как я. Хотел людям помогать.
Want
Смекаешь?
to help other people just like me, see? I felt uncomfortable, as if a distant relative and not a police officer stood before me.
Ох, ребятушки.
You know what?
Сидите-ка вы лучше дома. Не ввязывайтесь ни во что.
Little boys like you should
Жизнь
stay...
сейчас совсем другая
I
пошла.
thought he was done talking. Little boys like you should stay home, steer away from trouble. The times have changed so much. Facts? Mom interjected in a cold voice.
Мне ли не знать?
You don't say.
Ну да ладно.
Ah, well then.
Ты, Антон, в каком классе учишься?
What grade are you in, Anton?
В 6-м.
6th.
Друзей-то на новом месте еще не завел?
Have you made any friends here so far?
Пока нет. Я только после каникул в школу пойду.
Not yet. I'll be going to school for the first time after the break.
Тогда вот вам на всякий случай мой номер. Звоните, если узнаете что.
Appreciate the heart meet, Astro Thickness. Appreciate you for tuning in. How's your Thursday? Then I'll leave you my number just in case. Call me if you have any new info. So there's somebody abducting kids around the town. All right, Ruby. Hope everything's okay on your end. I fuck with this. The policemen were gone, along with their shadows, the smell of cheap cologne, and the photo of a smiling boy. His face still stood before my eyes. I wondered what it was like for him, being all alone there. For some reason, I thought of the forest swaying in the wind. What did his poor parents feel? And what would my parents do if I'd go missing? Would they cry and thrash around hysterically? Or would they accuse each other like they always do and forget about me eventually?
Мам, а Вова этот в нашем лесу заблудился?
Mom, this Vova, did he go missing in our forest?
Выходит, что так. Бедный ребенок.
Seems like it. Poor child. I looked out the window at the road. The police UAZ drove off towards the village. The officer's nephew came to mind when I was splitting off old paint from the windowsill. I remembered all the teenage mystery novels from the Black Kitty series I've read this summer. Your average boys and girls investigating all sorts of mysteries there. They look for clues, spied on suspicious people, and after a set of amazing adventures, bam, solved any complicated case. They became local celebrities and must have made their parents very proud. I noticed a trail of policemen footprints that led to the forest, and then it clicked in my head. Why don't I start an investigation of my own? Maybe I'll find that lost boy, and I'll get a reward. Oya will be so happy. He's bugging. And not only Oya, mom and dad too. Maybe they'll even forget about their quarrels for a while. Maybe I'll even save us from the D word. I fantasize about buying Oya a Tamagotchi and getting a cassette player and a bunch of tapes for myself. And a whole box of Kinder Surprise. When was the last time our parents bought us any toys? Last autumn? I think my dad had lost his job at the time. There's that annoying song about I had little to no idea what was the accountant job like. They count money, I think. Neighbors used to envy us. But nowadays, mom and dad barely had money to afford sweets, and dad would always divide a single chocolate bar between me and Oya. That's valid though. That's not crazy. I thought that's not crazy. Like, so you got kids, bro, you like, yo, give them a piece of like say if you got a Kit Kat or whatever, like, bro. Sometimes I gave her my share too. W older brother, no matter how much I wanted to eat sweets, she was still just a pipsqueak. I couldn't wait to go out looking for
Пойду
clues.
погуляю.
Anton, I'm going outside.
Ага, сейчас.
Yeah, right.
Чтобы потом милиционеры с твоей фотографией по домам ходили.
Word, mom. See, right though. You want police to go around with your photograph next?
Лес вон
Facts.
какой густой.
Those kids have a sad life. Nah, word, Nikki. Nikki, their life kind of crazy though. The forest is so thick.
А если мальчика звери дикие утащили? Или того хуже?
No bullshit. I like the story to this. I like this. I like the dialogue. I fuck with it. I like this. It's like a book. It's basically a book. Like, I'm just reading it. I'm basically like the reader. It's like a book, and you just follow along. What if the boys got snatched up by the wild animals or something even worse? Even worse echoed through the
Да
hallways.
я рядом буду. В лес не пойду.
I won't go far. I'll stay away from the forest.
Что я тебе сказала? Мне дважды повторять.
Did you hear what I said, or should I repeat myself?
Лучше портфель собери или соли поиграй.
Better go pack your school bag or play with Oya. Facts. Facts, though. And she put hand on hip. The sound of splashing water came from the kitchen. It meant that the argument was over and my mom had the last word. Facts! Ooh. Open? Open? What's this, basement? Okay, we could do basement, kitchen, or front yard. Hold on, let me make it so y'all can see my cursor. Because y'all don't see my cursor. Let me make it so y'all can see my cursor. Boom. Y'all should see it. Okay, there y'all go. Front door, kitchen, open. Front door, mom gonna beat our ass. Mom gonna beat our ass. We go to the front door. Kitchen, bet we out to the kitchen. Oh, we could look. What does that mean? The cross had seen so many people come and go in this house. It was black as if it absorbed all human sin from the long years it was hanging under the ceiling. W cross. After grandma died, my mom was going to take it off and hang a horseshoe in this place as a lucky charm. Yo, that's crazy. I got one of them in the crib. But she cut herself with the cross sharpened corners and almost fell from the step ladder. Dad called it a sign from above and ordered the cross to be left alone in its rightful place. Mom's peg top, a family relic. My mom played with it when she was little, and then she gifted it to me. Oya was next in the succession line. The toy belonged to her now. She stared at the dancing swindle as if it could show her something, a fairy tale, or maybe even our future. Now even my little sister was a bit too old for the old squeaky peg top. That's W. Hold on. Okay, valid. We out to the kitchen with it. Lie to mom. Lie to mom. Open, turn back. Lie to mom. Open, turn back. Whoa. We're gonna go in the fridge. Grandma kept ice cream for me and Oya there, but now I could only see meat bits of soup and clumped together pelmeni. I grew to hate them already. Okay, turn back. We're not gonna lie to mom. Lie to mom might be crazy. Lie to mom might be... The dark, stuffy closet. Mom says it smells like mice, but how would she know their smell? She hates when I stick my nose in there. She's afraid I cut myself on the freshly sharpened axe. And Oya can't even be lured close to it. She thinks Babaya is living there. I tried to help her fight her fears once. I opened the door and turned on a dim lamp so she would see there was nothing but cobwebs, Dad's tools, and scratch walls. She still didn't believe me. And I like to hide in the closet and listen to Oya's count outside. 1, 2, 3, better hide from me. And then drag her feet on the creaking floorboard, hoping that she wouldn't need to look for me in the cramped monster's den. So we can only go to the front door. I lie to mom. We're gonna go to the front door. Appreciate y'all for the likes, by the way. All right, let's see. What's this? My parents prohibit me from making long distance calls, but from time to time, I really want to hear my old friends. Sometimes I would just pick up the phone and listen to the low hum of the zoomer and the distant crackling, imagining the wind howling in the ice-laden cords. All right, let's go to the front door. Anton, I'll whip you if you make a single step out of the door. I need to distract mom somehow, or I'll get scolded and my ass whipped with dad's leather belt. Okay, we're going to the kitchen. Then we gotta lie to her. It was difficult to lie to mom. There was no other way for me to run away from home.
Мам, там что-то с телевизором случилось.
Mom, something's wrong with the TV.
Картинка какая-то тусклая, и экран весь в полосах.
The picture's dim and there's stripes all over the screen. Mom's face became visibly distorted.
Без ножа меня режешь. Дострелялся в уток своих.
You're killing me here. So have you had enough of shooting those stupid ducks now?
Говорила же, посадите мне кинескоп своей приставкой.
Told you the kinscope will go dim because of your console.
Где мы теперь мастера найдем в дыре этой, а?
Where will we find a TV technician in this hole, huh?
Может быть, просто настройки сбились?
Maybe it's just the settings.
Сходи, посмотри, пожалуйста.
Please go see for yourself.
Нормально же работал с утра.
Strange. It worked fine this morning.
Из-за снегопада, наверное, неполадки.
Maybe the snowfall caused it? Mom rubbed her hands clean on her apron and went to Oya's room. We're leaving. I'm wildin'. I'm outside. I opened the front gate and went to the field. carefully so Mom wouldn't see me from the window. When I crossed half of the distance toward the forest, the snow piles became as high as my knees. I remembered my nightly fears. Oh, it's GG's. It's GG's. I saw those silhouettes around here. No bullshit. When y'all be reading, yo, you gotta drink hella water. How they do them audiobooks? Them audiobooks, that be a real person reading or do that be like an AI? Do y'all know? Y'all be listening to audiobooks? Put me on. Put me on. Like, is an audiobook when it reads to, is that a real person or is that Smiley, you ain't here, Smiley? What's up, Smiley? Appreciate you for tuning in. How's your Thursday? Real people? Yo. Smiley, if you wonder what I'm playing, Smiley, this is Tiny Bunny. It's a horror linear novel. And yeah, so this shit is tough. The story is tough, and there's no reader, so obviously I'm reading to you. I don't know how long you've been in here, but I'm the reader. Okay. I saw those silhouettes around here. They were jumping around, holding hands. That hypnotizing music started playing in my head all on its own. In the light of day, those distant figures felt like a simple dream. The sun turned my nightmares to ash, but the aftertaste was still there. Distant ringing in my ears, distorted shadows crawling on the snow alongside me. Y'all heard the music start changing? And a barely audible whisper in my head, blurry and almost kind. Everything was silent. So silent I felt like the world was totally empty. No ground, no sky, no parents, no Olia. The time reaches its limit. One-way trip that ended at the forest, piney stockage. Sometimes silence was much scarier than any scream. Our parents would scream at each other while arguing, and both me and Olia turned to stone listening to them. But then, always came to the ringing silence. Our apartment became numb a couple of days before we departed. How was it, John? No, it was valid. It was valid, twin. It was valid. Yo, you want to see laundry and watching? W Smiley. Yo, Cereal Milk, look, you want to see what my nephew had on? He had on like a little Louis Vuitton fit. My boy was going to prom. He was trim. I'm not gonna lie. My boy came trim. He had the Louis Vuitton from like head to toe. That shit was tough. Yeah, the girl wasn't there he was supposed to go with, but shit, his fit was hard though. Her fit gotta be tough. She had to have on like red or something, right? I asked him what girl he was going with. He said some Brazilian Joan. She had the red on. She probably looked tough. Like if I had to go like with a Brazilian Joan, she probably like caramel. She probably like tan. You get what I'm saying? She probably doom cha. Y'all know that Brazilian shit? It was hard to remember the last time Mom and Dad joked around, laughing, and spent time together. Almost like all of it was in a previous life. When they kissed with Olia present, she always frowned and snorted in a funny way. Brazilian comes in all shades. You right. But one day it all changed. Something important had left our home, and something scary filled the remaining void. It was as if a fire broke out and our parents were hurriedly packing our belongings, trying to save themselves and us. From who, though? From the people with dead cold eyes who sometimes visited us in our previous home? The eyes that only saw balls of worms on the black ground and everything. And somewhere far away, a siren was going off, trying to warn us of the coming menace. I shuddered. What? I shuddered, chasing away my delusions, and looked around. There was only me, this white field, and the wind that was whipping up icy dust and belts of powdered snow. I squinted from the sun and turned my eyes to the sunless forest. It looked especially dark in contrast with the blinding whiteness. Knobbing tree roots slithered under the snow like fat snakes. Rotten leaves and coniferous needles froze into the ice. Coniferous? What does that mean, y'all? Y'all know what that means? Dry, prickly branches intertwined, bringing up uncomfortable thoughts about fences. Were they protecting the forest? Or were they keeping something from breaking in? Yo, the little boy thing. The little boy glove. Y'all see that? It's a little boy glove right there. Type of tree. Okay. The little boy glove. The little boy that went missing, probably. Some object was hanging from one of the pointy branches. Yo, people is fit though. My boy kind of trim though. People my son got on, he kind of fitted. I tried to get closer, drowning in snow, and when I almost got to the edge of the forest, I saw a knitted mitten. It looked like a wounded bird among the hungering semi-dark. Should I take it to the police? The senior officer looked gloomy, but still reminded me of Captain Casanova from my favorite TV show called The Streets of Broken Lights. He was also anxious with a tired look in his eyes, but still brave and strong. Will this mitten help them find the lost boy? Vova. I heard a distant shout, looked like it came from the river. Vova? As if the trees were calling out to someone. Vova resounded closer to me. Someone was standing there behind the trees, hiding. Vova? Where? Somebody standing there? I knew someone was looking for the lost boy, but still, something was unsettling about that figure. Where? I'm not seeing nothing. I'm looking around and I'm not seeing no figure. It's blackness. There's no one there, just branches and roots. Oh, it's all just my imagination. A nearby bird flapped its wings loudly. Yo, y'all seen him walk off? Nah, y'all seen him walk off? Chill. A shadow split from the tree and disappeared from my sight. I looked away for just a moment, but then I turned my gaze back to the same place it was gone. So it was my imagination after all. Silence reigned for a painfully long time. I ain't getting scared. My muscles were tightly sprung. My heart was beating somewhere in my throat. Any noise, any little movement, any small whisper from the thicket, and I'd sprint. But nothing of the sort happened. I looked at the mitten once more. Run away or take the mitten. I'm wildin'. We taking it. You bugging. I decided to take the lonely mitten from the branch. Yo! I'm wildin'. Vova? Oh no! A shout rumbled across the field and dissolved into the distance. No echo, no hope for a reply. I stepped towards the bristly trees and tried to calm my mind. Claim my find. It didn't budge. What? I pulled harder, then the branch cracked and the mitten tore off, landing in my hand with a squishy sound. All too heavy, wet. I squeezed it without thinking, and something dark spilled from it, forming a tiny string between the mitten and the snow. Steam rose from the snow pile. Blood! It's blood! I froze in place, studying my palms in disgust. Red. The sound of cracking branch invaded the silence. Run! I didn't have to think twice before running away. Oh yeah, get up out of there. Someone was chasing me from the darkness, breaking pine branches, closing the distance with giant leaps. Snow was slowing me down. Crazy thoughts flew through my mind. I'll get caught. They'll get me. I'll get dragged into the thicket. I'll be gone forever. But there was one more voice, probably one of the reasons it gave me strength to spurred me on. You can do it. Don't stop. I heard an animal roar behind me. It was so loud my ears went numb. It felt like the sound had came from a pack of hungry beasts rather than a single one. Their nostrils sucked in freezing air. They sensed my fear. Two giant wings flapped above my head. An enormous shadow flew over the clearing. The clearing? A hoot and a wheeze. The roars were coming from all directions now. From the dried up raspberry bush, from twisted pines, from under the windfall. Hurry on, don't look back. Hurry, run, don't look back. It felt like I was inside a nightmare. The snowy clearing became vicious, like quicksand. I was stuck in place. I pulled my legs from the mushy trap just to be caught in a new one, even deeper than before. I continued to drown, sinking deeper and deeper with every desperate push. Was snow ever this sticky? I screamed in horror after realizing this wasn't snow. Someone or something in the snow pile was clutching my pants. I gathered all my strength and rushed forward. The pressure on my legs was gone. My boots slipped out of the hole and my soles were on a hard surface again. I reached a clear path with one jump from there, ran to my house. W. Its gloomy facade didn't look threatening now. The house was my line of defense from the shadows that flapped their wings and creatures that were hidden under the snow. I tripped over the doorstep and smashed into the door. This nigga. In all my hurry, I still managed to notice the claw marks. The claw marks are real, as if a dog was striking the wood of its paws, demanding to be let in so it could escape the cold. I hadn't noticed these marks when I was leaving. The heartbeat in my ears was much louder than my surroundings. I couldn't hear whether someone was following me or not. What if they were already in our front yard and Mom had locked the door? Drowning in fear, I pulled on the doorknob and obediently gave away. Mom finna beat his ass. Word, Nicky, his mom finna whoop his ass. I rolled into the hallway and shut the door behind me. Porch planks creaked as my pursuer, ascended the stairs. What? Ascended the stairs? My fingers slipped off the lock and I couldn't click it into place. Yo! I gritted my teeth and pulled hard on the iron knob, whipping it between the boards. I stared blankly at the door. Someone was standing on the other side of the pitful, flimsy barrier that was probably less useful than a blanket. Wheezing breath reached into the house and crashed at me in waves. It smelled of pine and sweat. Mom peeked out of the kitchen and, chastised me with the same frigid voice she always used when talking to Dad.
Что конкретно тебе не ясно в просьбе не хлопай дверьми?
Mom, what exactly didn't you understand when I told you never to slam the door? She finna whoop his ass.
Я случайно.
Anton, I didn't mean to. I snuck a glance at the door. The smell was gone and breath was too. If there was someone in the first place, of course. Here, mere 5 meters away from Mom, my fear was slowly weakening, melting like snow in spring. And with it, the last bit of strength had left my body too. My legs gave way. I propped myself up against the wall so I wouldn't fall over. Mom's expression had changed immediately. The cold mass of strictness and detachment was gone. Mom looked the same as before. All these quarrels. She finally saw my condition, my wet pants plastered with snow. Mom.
Я тебе что говорила, а? Чтобы ты дома сидел.
Mom, where have you been? What did I tell you, huh? I told you to stay home.
Я и для тебя пустое место.
Am I nothing to you too? Oh, she playing that guilt card. I got afraid she would cry. I reached out to her like when I was very little and wanted her to cuddle me. But Mom regained her composure fast and put on her usual face. Her eyes shined like steel. Her voice rang out.
Сигареты пропали.
Your dad can't find his cigarettes.
Признавайся, ты их стащил?
Be honest,
Курить
did you snatch them? Were you smoking in secret?
Там за мной кто-то гнался. Я думал, меня...
There was something chasing me. I thought. I stuttered as soon as I started explaining myself. Tears welled up in my eyes. Mom leaned towards me and sniffed my clothes like a beast, searching for the smell of tobacco. Then she squinted her eyes in suspicion and looked into the front yard. Her expression changed in an instant. She covered her mouth with her hands.
Гляди, вон же
Look
они.
over there at the
Прямо у
fence.
забора.
Oh, what about the blood on his hands? Show your mom. My heart started thumping as if I became prey once again and my pursuers were following me in the field. I could swear that I've heard something scratch at the door just like in my nightmare. Mom beckoned me with her fingers and gathered all my remaining bravery to look into the kitchen window facing my fear. I could barely discern some hairy silhouettes swimming in snow through the icy winter patterns on the glass. Dogs. Just a small pack of strays with no name or owner, barely reminding of the hungry monsters that live on the edge of the forest. Gang, I was getting chased by dogs that whole time, gang. No bullshit, I was getting chased by dogs.
Божечки, ты их испугался?
Oh
Да
boy.
они сами тебя
Oh.
перепугаются, Антон.
Oh boy, were you scared of them? I think they'd rather be scared of you, Anton.
Они гнались за мной, словно за зайцем.
They were chasing me like a bunny.
А вдруг они бешеные?
And what if they were rabid? Yo, show her the glove, man. Show her the glove. The smile had slowly disappeared from Mom's face. Now she looked at the dogs as if was her first time seeing
Что, если
them.
они нападут на Олю?
What if they attack Olya?
Мам,
Mom?
Вот бы твой отец их всех перестрелял.
I wish your dad could just shoot them all.
мама,
Mom,
они живые.
Mom, look, they're
А
alive.
что?
Huh? What?
Ты уж определись? Они тебе друзья или враги?
Oh, they're your friend or foe after all. Make up your
Не
mind.
маленький ведь уже.
Yo, what's up, V? Appreciate you for tuning in. How's your night going? How's your Thursday? And you're not a little kid anymore. Mom sighed in annoyance, and I felt so bitter that I bit my lower lip and fixed my gaze on the cobweb-ridden corner just to keep myself from crying. Yo, it'd be like that, yo. When y'all was a little kid, y'all was ever about to cry and you want to just like look away and try to just like, yo, I feel that. Well, some detective I am. In reality, I wasn't risking my life among monsters, but rather my pants among a pack of stupid strays. And what for? What use do I have for it? Where's the glove? The mitten, of course. A darkened, sticky mitten that belonged to the lost boy made a squishy sound in my hand. Seems like I was clutching it the whole time. That's my trump card as a detective. I hurried to present this clue to my mom.
Мам, смотри,
Mom,
это
look,
Вовина
this is
варежка.
Vova's mitten.
Ну того, про
That
которого
boy
утром
the
милиция
police-
спрашивала.
That boy the police were asking about in the morning.
Она вся в крови, на дереве висела. Вон там, могу показать.
It's drenched in blood. I found it hanging on a tree. I can show here.
Давай в милицию скорее позвоним, как нас участковый просил.
Let's call the police right away, like the officer had told us to. Where's she walking
Мам,
to?
гляди.
My day's going good. Appreciate you for asking, V. Mom, look.
Фу.
Mom, ew. Yo, y'all, don't forget to like, share, and repost alive for your boy, man. If y'all fucking with your boy Sham, yo, like, share, and repost that shit for your boy. And send that Daily Harmony. Mom, ew. A shadow of doubt slowly crept into Mom's contorted face, as if she was trying to remember something distant, like someone tried to remember their dreams, but the images slip away.
А ну-ка прекрати сейчас же.
Mom, stop it this moment.
Оля тебя услышит, с ума сойдет.
Oya will go insane if she hears you.
Она и так не спит. На все подряд жалуется.
She already has trouble sleeping and whines all the time.
Еще и ты со своими шуточками.
And you joke around like this? At that moment, I realized the mitten was actually wet from snow. Wow! There was no blood on the mitten, it was just snow. Yo! His mom probably think he's crazy. Wow. Yo, Laz, I appreciate the love you so much, Laz. Laz, I love you too. Gang. There was no blood whatsoever. I wanted to sink through the floor from embarrassment.
Иди сюда, паникер.
Mom, come here, boy who cried wolf.
Да не стой столбом. Вот, таблетку на. Быстро пей.
Oh, don't just stand there. Come, take your pills. A golden colored pill, reminiscent of a dead wasp, fell into my palm. Oh shit, wrong button.
Я уже пил сегодня, за завтраком.
I already took one during breakfast.
Попререкайся мне еще.
Don't talk over me. He wasn't even. Nah, that's what's she on?
Сказала дома сидеть. Нет же.
I told you to stay home, and you.
Был бы отец, выпорол.
Dad would have given you a good whooping for that.
Сейчас же выпей, а то ночью не уснешь. Тебе ведь в школу завтра.
Come on, take it, or you won't be able to sleep at night, and you have school. And you have school tomorrow. Where you got school tomorrow? So I had to swallow the bitter medication, drinking it down with similarly, awful water that gave off a taste of chlorine. Maybe it wasn't Vova's mitten. Maybe it wasn't a mitten at all, just like the forest monsters and Oya's owl. Am I going mad? What's happening to me? Either the pill had an immediate effect or my overexerted brain didn't let fear inside anymore. Serenity washed over me, bringing yawny indifference along with it.
Антон, выпил? Можешь,
Антон.
если захочешь.
Anton, you done? So you can't do it when you try.
Раздевайся. Уснул, что ли?
Take off your coat. Are you asleep?
Нет, мам, просто задумался.
No, Mom. I was just thinking.
Интересно, о чем же?
The tornado, you be safe, V. No bullshit. You be safe, son. What about, I wonder?
Так, глупости всякие.
It's just something silly. Mom scrutinized me with suspicious eyes, as if she wasn't sure she was looking at her own son and not some doppelganger that came from the forest.
Точно все нормально?
Mom, is everything alright?
У тебя такое лицо было, когда милиционер про окно спросил.
You had the exact same expression when the policeman asked you about the window.
Все нормально, мам.
Anton, I'm alright, Mom. She heaved a deep sigh.
Хорошо.
Mom, fine. It seemed like the house had changed. The sofa fabric and some had become discolored. The fingerprints appeared on the bathroom tiles. The light bulbs also felt different, dimmer, and yellower. Even the saliva inside my mouth had a different taste. A melody from Aladdin could be heard from the upper floor. Olia was done rewatching her favorite Little Mermaid episode and switched to other tapes. I slowly changed into my home clothes, stopped before the sink and studied my reflection in the mirror like I was trying to solve one of those spot difference puzzles. Yo, those are lit, we gotta play those. Then I went upstairs. Jafar's and Lago's voices died down. I walked past Olia's bedroom and slipped into my own. One of the drawers was empty. I hid the mitten here. This simple action drained the last bit of strength from me. I sat on the bed, and only then I noticed there was something behind the curtains. It's Olia. It's Olia. It's Olia behind the curtain. My tired hands dropped to the sheets. Whether it was due to the medication I took or the stress I underwent, the room began to contort as if the wind was blowing the walls out like a pair of sails. The corners of the room bent and undulated. The only stable thing in the whole room was the figure between the windowsill and the curtain. A flimsy piece of cloth was struck to my hidden visitor. It reminded me of a burial sheet.
Оля,
Olia? Who else would be standing there? I stood up and licked my dried
Оля,
lips.
очень смешно.
Yeah, Olia, it's so funny. The silhouette was unmoving. It was enveloped softly by the curtain, as if there was a thick layer of darkness there, not a human being. I reached towards the curtains. Bottom. My heartbeat, controlled by medication. The wind sang in the field with a chorus of voices. For a second, I wanted to return to the bed, just lie down and watch the person behind the curtains knowingly full well they were looking back at me. They're looking without blinking, waiting for me to fall asleep. Plastic rings rustled against the holder when I pulled open the curtain. It's Oya! It's...
Попался!
Really? Oya, gotcha!
Да я сразу понял, что это ты.
Anton, I knew it was you from the beginning. A blindly bright halo lit up above Olya's head with the setting sun as the background. Oh, that's tough. Well, they got her right. Yeah, that's Michael Jackson to the left? Hold on, let me move my camera real quick. That's Mike Jack right there? Tell me that's not Mike Jack right there. That's Mike Jack right there, bro. No bullshit. I don't care what they say. That's Mike Jack right there, bro. Like, bro, that's Mike Jack right there, too. My sister was shining. When she was just a baby, Dad always used to say she was shining with happiness. I was retorted. But Dad, she's not some flashlight. But I brought her to the window one day and the sunlight poured onto her smiling face. I feel like I was holding a light woven child.
А я все видела.
I saw everything.
Да ну,
Oh, really?
Что ты спрятал?
What did you hide? She was just like my mom when she was little. Perhaps before she put on her sad mask of tiredness and switched to her commanding tone voice.
ничего, просто...
It's nothing, just... Oya ran up to the table, her eyes round, and asked,
Ты что-то украл и теперь прячешь?
You stole something and hid it?
Ты вор?
Are you a thief?
Что? Глупая.
What? Don't be stupid.
Ничего я не крал.
I didn't steal anything. A clear image came to mind, that mitten hanging from a tree branch. What if I didn't steal it after all? From the forest, from the tilted figure standing behind the black trees, Oya could be selfish and stubborn when she wanted.
Покажи тогда.
They speak in Russian? That's Russian? I knew it, right? I knew it had to be Russian or something. Then show me.
Поклянись, что никому не скажешь. Тогда покажу.
Swear that you won't tell anyone, then I'll show you. Oya wore a plotting smile.
Клянусь маминым сердцем.
I swore on Mom's heart. An oath she heard in one of the movies about the pioneers we watched was this. Glossary? Oh, okay, the glossary tells you. Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. Okay, these are stuff from earlier. Okay, pelmeni, a Russian variety of dumplings. Okay. Babai is a Slavic folklore. So what is this? Russian? This is Russian, right? This is Soviet and Russian, so... Okay.
Не говори так.
Nikki, that's hilarious. Don't say things like that. Oya nodded and made a gesture with her hand, locking her mouth with the imaginary key. She was filled with curiosity that was splashing in her giant eyes. I opened the drawer and Oya leaned in, holding her breath. It looked like there was not just a simple mitten, but some sort of exotic critter.
Это чья-то варежка?
Is this someone's mitten? She said that as if she couldn't understand what she saw.
Один мальчик потерял. И сам потерялся.
A certain boy lost it and got lost himself.
Теперь понимаешь, как опасно гулять в лесу, особенно детям.
Now you do understand how dangerous it is for kids to wander into the forest, right?
Ему, наверное, там очень холодно.
He must be really cold out there. That's the first thing she thought about. That's sweet. No, we all you. Will they find him?
Обязательно.
They will.
Участковый по домам ходит, всем фотографию его показывает.
The police are going house to house showing his photo to everybody. Oya traversed the room with care and pressed her tiny palms against the window.
А почему он по домам ходит, а не по лесу?
And why are they going to the houses and not the forest? She asking good questions. Oya is asking great questions, no bullshit.
Боится?
Are they scared? The question caught me off guard. Yo, I'm saying, bruh.
Милиционеры ничего не боятся.
The police aren't scared of anything. Yo, Oya a smart ass little kid, bro. Cause Oya on it. Word, Nikki. Oya on it.
И лес они прочесали.
They've already scouted the forest. Yeah, right. Flashes flashed in my clouded mind. Did they really check every nook and cranny where the darkness, cold, and whispers of icy branches dwell? If that's the case, how did they miss the mitten? Or did it appear later for me? I changed the topic, as if trying to get Oya as far away as possible from the forest thicket.
Если я сам найду пропавшего мальчика, нам, может, награду дадут.
We may get a reward if I go and find this boy by myself.
Кучу всякого, как в поле чудес.
A lot of stuff like in the Wheel of Fortune.
Клево же.
Sounds cool, right? Oya wasn't listening to me. She was piercing the forest with incredibly adult eyes, uncharacteristic for her.
Что, если эта сова его утащила?
What if the owl got him?
Ерунда. Не
Nonsense.
может сова поднять человека.
An owl won't be able to lift a human.
Вот что.
But you know what? I was picking my words with utmost care. I forced them out of my overexerted brain.
Ты в лес не суйся. Мне кажется, он какой-то,
Stay away from the forest. I think
как
it's...
бы сказать, проклятый, что ли.
How could I put it? It's cursed or something.
Как в сказке?
Just like a fairy tale?
Нет, скорее, как на той страшной кассете, что родители прячут.
No, more like in that spooky tape our parents hide from us. Oya shivered and stole a glance at the window.
Я видела, как ты убегал.
I saw you running away.
За тобой кто-то гнался?
Someone was chasing you?
Нет, просто, чтобы мама не волновалась, спешил домой.
No, it's just I was hurrying back home so mom wouldn't be worried. As I looked at my sister, my heart was tearing apart. She was so fragile. It was so easy to stifle her light. A gust of wind and her small fire would be gone.
Хорошо тебе.
You're lucky.
Меня вот мама не пускает даже на крыльцо.
Mom wouldn't even let me go outside.
Как принцесса в башне сижу.
I'm
Никуда
like
не могу выйти.
I'm like a princess in the tower. I can't go anywhere.
Так
Yo, please
долго
don't-
тут от скуки.
Please don't tell me Oya ends up leaving and going outside. Please, bro. I'll die from boredom here.
Не придумывай.
You're wrong.
От скуки еще никто не умирал.
No one has ever died
У тебя же
of
есть
boredom.
я и мультики, а мама с папой скоро помирятся.
And you have me and your cartoons, and mom and dad will be good to each other soon.
Знаешь, что бы я загадала на следующий день рождения?
You know what? I would wish for on my next birthday.
Чтобы родители тоже в детей превратились. И мы бы все вместе играли, как раньше.
What's up, Bunny? Appreciate you tuning in. How your night going? How's your Thursday? Oh yeah, I wish for mom and dad to turn into children so we could go and play together like we used to.
Ага. А если бы они стали размером с жука, то мы бы их в спичечный коробок посадили.
Yeah, and if you make them as small as bugs, we could place them into little boxes. Oya giggled and tugged at my sleeve.
Тоша, пойдем Аладдина смотреть.
Tosha, let's go watch Aladdin. Fatigue won over my desire to be with my little sister. I was washed over by some sort of heinous apathy.
Вымотался я. Что-то не хочется.
I'm too tired. I don't want to.
Ну пойдем.
Oya, come on.
Мне скучно одной, а мама занята все время.
It's so boring alone and mom is always busy.
Можно выбрать другой мультик, который ты еще не видел.
We can pick a cartoon you haven't seen before. What's up, Bunny? Champagne.
Да я все наши кассеты наизусть знаю.
I know all of our tapes by heart at this point.
А вот и не все. Ты Питера Пэна не видел.
Not all of them. You haven't watched Peter Pan.
Помнишь, ты уснул на середине?
Remember how you fall asleep in the middle of it?
А там потом такое.
And so much happens after that. Let's go, let's go.
Давай
Maybe a bit later.
попозже.
Рассказать тебе, чем все закончилось?
Should I tell you how it ends?
Утром расскажешь.
Let's leave that for tomorrow.
Утром не захочу.
I won't tell you tomorrow.
Придумала. А давай в прятки.
I know, let's play hide and seek.
Нет, Оль.
No, Oya.
Тогда нарисуй мне динозавра.
Then draw me a dino.
Оля, блин.
Oya, please.
Нарисуй, нарисуй.
Draw it.
Да оставь ты меня в покое!
Leave me alone already. I blurted it out without thinking, and then I was immediately taken back. I never screamed at my little sister like that. Oya stared at me in shock. Her lips started trembling, a precursor to tears. My chest was seething with disgust and embarrassment. What's happening to me? I hurried to prevent Oya from crying.
Ладно, уболтала. Давай смотреть мультики.
All right, you win. Let's go watch cartoons for a bit. I don't wanna.
Не хочу.
I came up to her, put my hand on her soft head.
Пойдем.
Let's go.
Питера Пэна посмотрим.
Let's go watch Peter Pan.
Ага, ты опять уснешь.
Boo, you'll fall asleep again soon. I smiled and lifted her chin. Her eyes were wet and felt
Не
bottomless.
усну, обещаю.
I promise I won't.
А потом я тебе целого трицератопса нарисую.
And I'll draw you a full-size Triceratops later.
Ура!
Hooray! Triceratops. What, bro?
Ну, почти.
Well, close enough. Oya rubbed her eyes with the sleeve on her pajamas and a shining smile returned to her face.
Давай ты пока кассету перемотаешь, а я у мамы попрошу сгущенки с хлебом.
I'll go ask mom for condensed milk and bread, and you rewind the tape. Condensed milk and bread? Condensed milk and bread? How'd that sound? Bunny, I appreciate the harmony, by the way. Yo, Oya does need a friend, Nikki. Don't worry. We're gonna be Oya's friend. We're Oya's friend. Sweetened condensed milk and bread? Is that crazy? Do y'all know? Yeah, I appreciate. Yeah, sweetened condensed milk and bread. Is that a crazy combo, y'all? Use it to bake.
Только утром свежий привезли, как ты любишь.
The bread is fresh, just how you like it.
Неси, только аккуратнее, а то разольешь.
All right, just be careful not to spill the milk,
Опять ругаться буду.
or you'll be yelled at again.
Спорим, не разолью.
Wanna bet I won't spill it?
Кассета где-то в тумбочке. Поищи пока.
The tape is somewhere in the nightstand. Look for it. Oya disappeared in the doorway, and I dragged my feet into the neighboring room. Okay, turn on. The old photon TV was gathering dust in the corner. All that was left was clicking the button on the front panel. Okay. I gotta press. The tube warmed up and the familiar white noise started dancing on the black screen. Almost reached out to the to turn on the VCR when the noise calmed down and a blurry image appeared for a moment. It was a dark take of forest just like the one outside my window. The picture split the scene in half. Something creepy resembled human speech was coming out of the speaker. Just a few moments later, the scenery was again overshadowed by noise. Did it catch some rogue signal? Local TV stations only really showed Soviet cartoons, and even that was pretty rare. And only just recently, I used to always watch Robotech before school. It was so awesome. Maybe I should tinker with the antenna. What if I could catch this channel again? On the other hand, Oya had to ask me to find the tape. It wouldn't be nice to disappoint her, but in my sleepy state, I didn't have the strength to do all of it. What if Oya's the demon? Yo, that's crazy. I sifted through the shelves, full of dolls and blue hippos from Kinder Surprise. I found the tape I needed thanks to its shabby spine. I got the black rectangle forearm from its box. The tape inside it rustled while rewinding to the beginning. The rustle was luring me to sleep. Drowsiness attacked me while I was squatting before the TV. No, this is like a horror. It's a horror, but it's like a game. It's like a novel. It's a linear horror novel. That's what it says. And Otter, how's your night going? How's your Thursday? Images whirled in my head. Me and Olia flying above the forest, tumbling in the soft clouds. My little sister's laughing, but her smile becomes more and more forced with every passing second. I noticed that the clouds underneath us part, bearing the bristling pine tops. Swampy darkness slurped among the trees. The wings are no longer able to hold us and Oya.
Ты не смотришь без меня?
You haven't started without me, have you? My sister brought the tray with unevenly cut bread and a whole can of condensed milk. I rubbed my eyes.
Садись.
No, come sit. W lies.
Мама с папой опять ругаются.
Mom and dad are arguing again.
У них сейчас период такой.
They're going through rough times.
Глупый какой-то период.
Rough times are lame. Facts, Oya. On the screen, Wendy was hiding Peter Pan's shadow into the dresser. Oya was entertained by the cartoonish dog Nana.
Может, и нам родители собачку купят?
Maybe mom and dad will buy us a dog too.
Ага, как же.
Yeah, right.
В Небыляндии у меня будет своя собственная собака.
I'll have my own dog in.
Кошка. И попугайчик.
I have my own dog in the Neverland, and a cat, and a parrot. Oya smeared a slice of bread with a thick layer of condensed milk and handed it to me. W. Oya.
А у тебя все молочные зубы выпали?
Have you lost all of your baby teeth?
Конечно.
Obviously. Oya frowned, deep in thought.
У Питера Пэна зубы молочные.
Peter Pan has baby teeth.
Вдруг со взрослыми зубами тебя не пустят в его страну?
What if they don't let you go to his land with adult teeth?
Мы что-нибудь обязательно придумаем.
Well, they'll think of something.
Попросим папу исправить тебе возраст в паспорте.
Well, ask that to alter your age on your passport.
С чего это папа будет документы подделывать?
And why would dad forge documents? Oya took a bite from the sandwich and started talking with her mouth full. Oh my gosh, she talks a lot.
Мама говорила,
She's a little
что так
kid,
делать.
Smiley. Of course she's
А
gonna
я
talk a lot.
подслушала.
I heard mom say he did that before.
Смотри, уши вырастут, как у Дамбо.
You'll grow ears as big as Dumbo. Oya got worried and touched her ears. I smiled to myself. Nah, little kids do ask hella questions. My little sister was silent now. She just devoured bread, watching the adventures of Peter Pan, Tinkerbell, and James Hook. As if she got sucked into the fairy tale Neverland. To be honest, I also imagine myself there in a land where no one ages, where no one argues over little things, where no one listens to fights and the sound of broken plates at night. I felt like I was dreaming and my eyes still open. Then my sister's screams pulled me back to reality.
Тоша, скорее, штору задерни!
Tosha, shut the curtains fast.
Зачем?
Why?
Никто же на тебя не смотрит.
No one's watching you.
Уже темно, а когда темнеет, прилетает сова.
It's dark, and when it's dark, the owl comes.
Я боюсь.
I'm scared. I got out of bed, fighting my drowsiness, and closed the curtains. Close that shit. I did my best not to look outside, the facts, towards the treetops, towards the taiga forest, which seemingly drew closer and closer. Of course, it was just a visual effect from shadows and branches scraping the snow.
Тоша, мама думает, что я напридумывала про сову.
Tosha, mom thinks I made the owl up,
И папа считает, что раз я маленькая, это значит врушка.
and dad too thinks I'm a liar since I'm small.
А сова есть.
No, V, I did not get no tornadoes near me, V. I live in Jersey, so I don't know if Jersey really, you feel me? But the owl exists.
Честная-пречестная, есть она.
Honestly, it does.
Ты же мне веришь,
You do believe me, right?
что она там и каждую ночь прилетает и...
That it comes every night and I swiftly grabbed Oya's hand and looked her in her eyes. I was trying to transfer at least some of my courage and determination, but did I really? have those qualities?
Я тебе верю, слышишь?
Yes, I believe you, alright?
Ты только родителям больше не рассказывай про сову.
Just don't nag our parents about it
У них и
anymore.
так хлопот по горло, они только рассердятся.
They're already dealing with a lot, so they'll just get mad at you.
Ты мне говори, если что случится.
Come and tell me if anything
В окно
happens.
не смотри.
And don't look out the window.
Но она хочет, чтобы я смотрела.
But it wants me to look. Oh, she on some bird box. Shorty on some bird box. That's what Shorty on. Shorty on some bird box.
Перехочет.
Doesn't matter.
Притворись, что ее нет и не было никогда, что она выдумка, как родители говорят.
Act like it doesn't exist and never existed. Like it's made up, just like mom and dad say.
Ей ждать надоест, она улетит.
It'll get tired of waiting and fly away. What's that, Samurai Jack? We follow Peter Pan's adventure as if nothing had happened, as if the forest didn't kidnap kids, as if our parents weren't tearing each other apart bit by bit. Captain Hook was running away from a crocodile, and Captain Pan was headed to London on a guided sailboat. By some miracle, it lasted longer than my little sister. Oya's eyelids had dropped. She started snorting lightly, resting her chin on the side of the bed. Resting her chin on the side of the bed, she probably is laying down crazy. I stood up and left Olya's room. She about to come in here bugging. I was looking out the window studying the field when my mom peeked into my room.
Довольно баловства.
Enough playing around.
Завтра первый день в школе.
It's her first day at school tomorrow.
Ложись, тебе надо выспаться.
Go to bed, you should be sleep properly.
Не хочешь же ты, чтобы тебя все дразнили Соней?
You don't want to be teased for being sleepy, right? Adults think everything is so simple. As if sound sleep would ensure my classmates would like me. I covered myself with a blanket up to my neck and listened to the house humming to nothing, to something invisible rustling in my closet, in the corners. My inner voice had a question for me. Do I want to hear that mysterious flute again? Yes or no? Maybe it's just a part of growing up and I can't fully understand my own desires. The forest wailed behind the barriers that was my walls. Some ethereal entity wandered the fields. Branches shook as if calling for me. The wind howled on and on all night. My thoughts were like annoying flies that entered my head before becoming weak and tangled. I didn't notice how I fell into slumber. It has come after all. The day I feared the most, the first day of new school term. Yo, how y'all fuck with that? Y'all fucking with this shit? I'm not gonna lie. I fuck with this shit. And that was episode 1. Episode 1 was what, hour 32 minutes? Because when I started, I probably started like hour. Episode 1 was like an hour and 20. That shit fire, bro. I ain't gonna lie, this shit gas, bro. This shit gas. Episode 2, time to play with you. Who playing with me? Somebody gonna play with me. Have a good night, V. God bless you. Appreciate you for tuning in and showing your boy some love. Let's see. And yo, hold on, cause I fuck with that. But and it's crazy. I got some other games too. I got some other stuff. I've been doing a lot of different stuff lately, guys. Like y'all know, sometimes you just play one game and just play it through. But lately we just been hopping to different games and stuff like that. I've been fucking with it. I'm thinking we might play. Okay, so we might do one more. We're gonna do one more episode. I think we do this last episode and then we could go play. Okay. Oh, you meant that comment? Okay. W Smiley. I bet. Episode 2, time to play with you. New school, new teacher, and most importantly, new classmates who I always have the trouble connecting with. Like most other kids with glasses, I forced myself to get out of my worn bed Dad would usually drive me to my old school, but this morning the bedroom of my parents was silent. Did they sleep in? Maybe it was a good thing I didn't want to get the daddy's boy reputation from day one. My parents were probably still tucked in, dreaming about the good old days when everything was so simple and easy. Sweet dreams, even if far removed from reality. I silently sneaked out to the first floor so I wouldn't wake up anybody, especially the peaceful sleeping Olia. I did my best to step on the middle of every floorboard. I used to play like this even in our old apartment. If my soles touched the spaces between the floorboards, it would count as stepping into lava. The clock was spurring me on with its hands. I need to hurry faster. I was too fast, so I needed to circle the hallway once again. Boiling lava was bursting out of the cracks beneath the floorboard. I needed to watch my steps to survive at any cost. Hippity hop like a frog jumping on molehills, like a fearfully bunny in a grove full of wolves. I made a sandwich in the kitchen, shoved it down my throat, and drank it down with some cold tea. Okay, my appetite was as good as of someone being led up the scaffold towards a guillotine. I lowered my gaze and saw that one of my feet was standing on two floorboards at the same time. Oh yeah, he stepped on lava. Burnt to a crisp, huh? I moved my foot. Disgusting little snakes writhed in my belly. The fear of getting hit and being called nasty names. The clock clicked. I need to go. It was dark outside, fitting for an early winter morning. The darkness never fully left the houses around here. I took my time, tying my shoes, buttoning up the puffy down jacket, trying to delay my unpleasant exit into the semi-dark, into the unnerving unknown. Hold on. Why his parents don't bring him to school? Like, why he ain't never knock on his parents' door? He don't want his pops to take him to school? What he on? I rubbed my glasses for good luck, though I couldn't remember a single time these thick pieces of glass brought me any good fortune. Oh, nah. Gang, you about to go to school, gang? You about to go to school, gang? It's still nighttime. The sky was akin to a giant bruise. On the east side of it, a black cloud was swelling up. It licked up stars from the sky and extinguished the rising sun. What the fuck is that? The fuck is that, bro? Darkness was plastered all over the treetops. The cautious cries of birds got tangled up in the thicket. I locked the front door. Nah, this shit got me tweaking. I locked the front door with the long key that I wore around my neck. My parents made me wear this noose around that, afraid that being a total klutz that I am, I could lose the keys otherwise. Gang, you're walking to school like this, gang? He's bugging. Dino, I appreciate the harmony to go popular. He's bugging. Bro, it's dark as shit. Bro, it's dark as shit. Like, no funny. What is that, gang? The wind whizzed on the other side of the gate. It invited me into my new life towards, what is it? WS Adventures. Lads, you did this all the time? Oh, nah, lads, you wildin'. And tagged alone like an old buddy pushed me. Wide shadows that pines throughout covered a third of the clearing. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, I hit my nose in my coat's collar. I was squeezing through the thin fire break, my hair ruffled up and my back hunched over. What is the music changing? Why is the music changing like that? Tall trees stood on both sides of the tiny trail. The snowy blanket rustled under my feet, and a canopy of intertwined branches above my head cut me off from the already sparse starlight. The night had no plans of moving away from the forest. In this darkness, trees reminded me of shaggy old women that smelled of burial earth. Their trunks turned into cracked, wrinkled faces with holes in the middle as their mouths. If I lost focus even for a moment, mold-covered witches would drag me into the forest depths. Then my parents would be walking around these parts screaming my name, but the dead can't answer the living. Or can they? Ooh. A sense of panic was growing in my chest. I was fine with Dad carrying carrying me into into school in his hands by now. If it saved me from watching the darkness rise up in the ravines like black dough. Is that how you say it? Ravines? It felt like someone jumped into the bushes behind me, so I turned around. As soon as I started walking fast, I heard snow squeak behind me. The forest took a deep breath with its giant lungs. The windfall cracked. The wind and the birds were left behind in the field. Now I could only hear the forest creak. Excuse me. I walked, listening closely, and the unseen presence grew stronger, as if someone was following me, trying to match the pace of my footsteps. I turned my head so fast, it made my neck crunch. Nobody there. Nobody there behind us. Then in high school, I walked like 2 miles in the dark. What the fuck? And we had to go to the bottom of the development where the top of the hill. Lads, what the fuck? What school you had your ass going to, lads? Military boot camp, nigga? A tiny trail behind me disappeared into the darkness. Tree branches overlapped, forming a natural tunnel.
Есть здесь кто?
Who's there? The question escaped my lips and dissolved. What's that behind the tree? Or am I bugging? The question escaped my lips and dissolved into the unending creaking sound of the wooden idols, the pines around me. Why did I think going through the forest alone was a good idea? I'm either going mad or someone had intentionally lured me away from home. Distant lights granted me a smidgen of hope. A country road. I ran there as fast as I could, as if afraid that the trail will shrink. Clawed hands will grip me by the shoulders, turn me around, and make me look at their faces of hungry forest denizens. In the end, nobody stopped me. I almost flew to the decrepit wooden bridge, disbelieving my luck. The bridge supports bathed in spring, tarry, and ice cold. I put my hands on my knees and looked up at the forest, then snorted, trying to calm my breath. Nah, this game is tough. And even though it's like a novel, like it's like the visual's still nice. Like you get what I'm saying? Like even though it's drawn on because like a book in the essence, the visuals are still nice. I'll fuck with this. Nah, the bus didn't go into development. Yeah. Fries, last fries. Then snorted, trying to calm my breathing. The thicket was pretending to be asleep. It looked peaceful, lifeless. The remaining part of my commute lied through a snow-laden road, illuminated by sparse lamplights. I chased away bad thoughts and ran as fast as I could from one circle of light to another, seeking protection from electric lamps. Just like in that game where you need to be the first to proclaim, "I'm protected." It's just in this case that protection was flimsy at best, with darkness writhing outside its bounds. Is that how y'all pronounce that word, writhing? Wreathing? Hopefully I'm saying that right. Then I noticed something remarkably eerie, in a place where the light from an inclined lamp couldn't reach. A hairy crook shadow came alive with a guttural roar. It almost felt like its features deterred lights. Its unnatural pose instilled fear. Was that a skinwalker? My eyes almost popped out of their sockets as if I just stood there, blinking, trying to chase away that illusion. But the shadow didn't disappear and even got closer. That's a wolf dude. My insides were gripped by horror. I stepped back and almost fell into a snow pile. The black silhouette, on the other hand, straightened up and addressed me in a sweet voice. Sneaking around, huh? Trying to steal my soul? Words got stuck in my throat. Who could be talking in such a silky voice here before the forest in a dormant village? Will you say anything, dummy? A cat got your tongue? Alright, I'll bite off your nose then. That'll teach you not to poke in places you don't belong. A girl stood before me, judging from the voice of the silhouette, but I couldn't even reprimand myself for getting scared by a girl before noticing a gaping mouth under her hood with something dangerously shiny inside. I was stunned. Oh, man! From that cavity of her hood, and the frightening real fox face was staring straight at me. It was just her jaws weren't moving and her eyes weren't moving. A mask. It's just a girl with a fox mask on. At least I want to think that. After a surprise like that, a nervous smile involuntarily crept upon my
А
face.
я
I was
просто в
just
школу иду.
going to school and
А
then
тут
you...
Что я?
What about me?
Никогда не видел, как лиса собаку кормит?
Never seen a fox feed a dog? Look at the little dog! And indeed, there was a small dog circling the girl's legs, one of the strays that was chasing me yesterday, probably.
Извини, я не хотел.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. After hearing my voice, the dog whimpered, lowering its ears, sniffed me out, and then started wagging its tail. W dog. I guess I still smelled of bologna that I ate for breakfast. I was shifting my gaze back and forth from the dog to the girl. She didn't seem scary anymore, just weird.
Значит, не хотел. Ну-ну.
So you didn't mean to, huh?
Как тебя зовут?
What's your name?
Меня Антон,
I'm
а
Anton.
тебя?
And you?
А меня нет.
And I'm not. Her eyes look crazy. Shorty eyes look crazy. She's weird, definitely has a couple of loose screws, but she has a nice voice. My astonishment has turned into a mix of happiness and relief. This girl, I don't know, was definitely human, if a bit eccentric. I was also a bit angry at myself. The foxy girl was walking through the darkness without problem, and I shuddered from every little sound. I could just walk away, but this girl had piqued my interest. The next time a police officer asks me about my friends at the new place, I'll tell them that I befriended a talking
Здесь
fox.
живешь?
Do you live around here?
В поселке?
In the village? The fox giggled and purred. She spun around so hard that the hem of the coat lifted.
Нет, глупый.
No, dummy.
Лисы не живут в поселках.
Foxes don't live in
Хочешь
villages.
сказать, ты
So you
живешь
live in
в
the
лесу?
forest then?
Из какой норы ты вылез?
Have you been living under a rock?
Конечно.
It's obvious that foxes can't survive anywhere near humans.
Пока они лисы.
As long as they are foxes. Her jokes were also weird. Just like her carnival mask paper machine with fur glued onto it. A dog reminded us of his existence with a loud bark. I unfastened my backpack. Dad would sometimes throw food in there without my knowledge, cookies, apples, or even my favorite crab sticks. He called it a gift from the bunny. Okay, let's see what bunny means. Treat from the bunny, the uneaten part of a business lunch or treat specifically brought for children. Parents would tell their children that a bunny asked them to deliver said treat, but it could also be any other animal, a squirrel or a bear, for example. Okay. The stray strolled towards me with mincing footsteps, with a pleading look in its eyes. The fox did definitely treat it to something, but it was probably still hungry.
Зачем ты так вырядилась с утра
Why are you
пораньше?
why are you dressed like this so early in the morning? He's asking the right questions. Going to a costume party? The girl shrugged, throwing silvery snowflakes off her nose. What? And her human form along with them, turning into a genuine beast, a real fox, agile, cunning, dangerous. The moment of hesitation and you've been ripped to shreds, she'll tear you up and gulp you down without breaking a sweat. She looks fucking crazy. I couldn't help but just stand there as a stump. Until I heard her calm, melodic laughter hidden underneath the beastly mask.
Видел бы ты свою маску, сладенький.
I wish you could have seen your own mask, sweetie. She talking about his face? Sweet. Did she say sweetie? I got embarrassed, went red up to my hair roots. We'd seen a fox in a zoo once when we went there with Dad, but it had patchy fur with gray and skinny. But this girl was a fiery color and furry, just like in fairy tales. I was still rummaging through my backpack. My fingers that was searching for the dog, she stumbled upon some soft, crumpled object.
Ничего,
You'll see.
скоро проснутся настоящие звери.
The real beasts will wake up soon.
Спроси-ка лучше у них, где они взяли свои человеческие лица.
You should ask them where they got their human faces. The girl's shadow was dancing in the lamplight. The dog yapped in agreement. I freaked out and dropped my findings in the snow without getting a proper chance to examine it. Cold wind instantly covered the hole it created with snow. The dog rushed to dig it out, wanted to get his treat. And the fox just snorted. Now I was so embarrassed I wanted to sink through the snow. It was still dark outside of the electric circle. On the contrary, the darkness seemed even more thick. All neighboring houses were sleeping deeply in its inkiness. I did my best to continue the conversation with the weird girl I didn't
Ты
know.
в школу идешь?
So, are you going to school?
Ах, ну какой же дурачок!
Oh my, you are a real dummy.
Так ничего и не понял.
Don't you get it? Well, I was trying to be friendly, but she can't stop mocking me. Calling me a dummy and all. I should just move along without paying any attention to this weirdo and her stupid dog.
А ты чего обзываешься?
Why are you so mean?
Не хочешь отвечать, и пожалуйста.
Don't answer if you don't want to.
Никто не требует.
It's not like I care. Still, something froze me in place, tugged me towards the dark figure. A mysterious appearance, her voice that was velvety and just languid enough. I was intrigued and excited. I watched her as people watch fries burn.
Ой, да не дуйся.
Oh, stop pounding.
Гляди-ка лучше.
Look here.
Ты нравишься Жульке.
Zolka took a liking to you. The dog was digging through snow with sharp movement, snoring loudly. The fox turned around and looked at the windows of nearby houses as its timbered front through the white mist. The tip of her fake nose was shining under the lamplight.
И не только ей.
And maybe someone else too. I went red again, like a boiled crayfish this time. Is she talking about herself or someone else? I hope that semi-dark would be able to hide my embarrassment from the girl. I cleared my throat before
А
asking,
кому еще я нравлюсь?
and who's that person? I waited, counting my heartbeat. The fox didn't reply. Her sly stare was scanning the frosty patterns of someone's window. She was reading them like a glass book. I wonder what she can see in those winter paintings. The stray stopped rummaging through the snow. A glove! It ran to me, holding my object in her jaws. A mitten. Could it be the one I found in the forest? What's it doing here? When I looked closer, I realized that it was just a mitten. Maybe mom stuffed it in there when I was asleep? A certain missing boy immediately came to my mind.
Эй, ты знаешь
Hey.
что-нибудь про Вову?
Hey, do you know anything about Volvo? I imagine the scene, silhouettes dancing in the circle in the clearing. The dance on the night when Volvo had disappeared. A boy who, when found, can provide a big reward and maybe save my family. I remember my birthday when our parents promised to take me and Oya to Disneyland in Paris, but instead of a long-anticipated gift, they gave me a simple brick game console, visibly embarrassed. I was crying my eyes out back then, demanding to take me to the promised amusement park. That was the first time when my mom and dad had a big fight. My greediness shattered their relationship. If only I could fix everything, gather everything, everybody. I love and take them to Disneyland.
В ночь, когда пропал Вова, я, кажется, видел, как кто-то похожий на тебя плясал под моим окном.
On the night Volvo had disappeared, I think, I saw someone looking like you dancing under my window. It couldn't be true, but I felt like her mask became even more sly. The fox was sniffing me out.
Что? Ты
Oh,
тогда испугался?
That got you worried?
За себя или кого-то еще?
For yourself or for someone else? Oh yeah, as soon as I thought about my sister, my chest tightened and a cold sweat streamed down my spine.
Ну так слушай меня внимательно, мальчик по имени Антон.
Well then, listen closely, a boy named Anton.
Это большой и страшный лес.
This is a big and scary forest. The fox girl stepped forward menacingly.
И я не единственный его обитатель.
And I'm not its only tenant. Now, how many people are in the forest?
Другие звери уже знают о тебе.
The other beasts already know about you.
Берегись нас. Этой ночью
Beware,
опять придем.
beware, we'll come again tonight. I shouldn't have talked this evil in child form. I thought, panicking.
Пока ты со своей семьей будешь спать, подкрадемся близко-близко.
When you and your parents will be fast asleep, we'll sneak really close and dance.
Макарену!
Macarena.
Чё?
Huh?
Макарена!
She's talking about some A Macarena, bro. Word, I'm looking at her like that too.
У тебя прямо челюсть отвисла, Антоша!
Antosha. This like his aunt or family member. Aha, look at you. Your mouth is agape, Antosha.
Видел он меня ночью у своего окна. Ага.
He saw me near his window at night. Yeah, right.
Случаем не местный дурачок.
Are you by any chance a dimwit?
Меня не отпускают гулять так поздно.
Nobody will let me go outside that late. Who is this?
Здесь, знаешь ли, дети пропадают.
Children go missing here too, you know. She goes to his school or something. I touched the plastic frame of my glasses, puzzled by her silly joke. She got me scared to death.
Ой, да не тереби ты окуляры свои.
Hey, why don't you stop fondling your glasses?
Я раньше тоже близорукой была.
I was also nearsighted once.
Лучше послушай меня. Может быть, ума наберешься.
Listen to me and maybe you'll become smarter.
Лисичку как обычно называют?
Remember, what do they call foxes?
Плутовка?
Cunning. My words seemed to hurt her.
Ох ты ж! Да как ты меня?
Hey, what did you...
Ой, прости.
Sorry. Her laughter was akin to the jungle of a pair of silver
Да
bells.
шучу я.
Just pulling your leg.
Конечно, плутовкой.
Of course we're cunning.
Если ты ловкий и смелый, не боишься с плутовкой водиться, я, так и быть, помогу разыскать этого Вову.
If you're agile and brave enough to befriend a cunning fox, I'll help you look for your vulva.
Ты же неспроста его ищешь, да?
There's a reason why you're doing it, right? I struggled to reply. Her insight was alarming.
Знаю, почему дети повадились соваться в наш лес.
I know why children have been swarming our forest
Порой
recently.
там можно найти много всякого интересного.
Sometimes you can find a lot of interesting stuff
Я
here.
вот однажды нашла целый сугроб конфет и купалась в нем. Да так что челюсть слиплась.
One day I saw a huge pile of candy once and I swam into it until my jaws cramped. A pile of candy? I couldn't deduce whether she believes in what she saying from the tone of her voice. I showed her another smile, a fake one this time.
Смотрите-ка, какой недоверчивый.
Boo, so wary.
Ну-ну, а что ты на это скажешь?
Well, what will you say to this then? She held out her hand in a furry mitten. What is that? There was an assortment of sweets in her palm. In the city where I used to live, sweets like this were sold at the markets or in kiosks. I saw my favorite bubblegum in a vivid wrapper among the tasty treasure. We're not taking it. A familiar name on it is Turbo. We're not taking it. A triangular fox face poked her nose towards me.
Угощайся.
Take some.
У
We're
меня
not
есть
taking some.
полные карманы.
My pockets are full of these. We're not taking any. She's trying to get us. We're not taking it. We're not taking it. Yo, should we take the candy from her or refuse? Are we taking the candy from her or refusing? I think we refuse. Yes, take it. Refuse. Take it. Jill trying to get us kidnapped. Jill trying to get us kidnapped. We refusing.
Нет, спасибо. Я...
No thanks. I didn't want to offend the first person I've made contact with in this new place, but I also didn't want to take gum off the hands of some weird girl. Facts. What if she found it in a snow pile? Facts. Or what if it's a prank candy, the kind that blows up in your face when the warm
У меня на
unwrap it?
сладкое аллергия.
I'm allergic to sweets. W answer. What? She sounded puzzled.
Чего?
Are you living in a
Живешь в
world
мире
of pills and
таблеток?
mixtures?
В целом, да.
Well, more or less. A fox whistled. Her palms was empty now. It's floating in the air, catching snowflakes now that all the candy had suddenly disappeared. Look at her blinking. She just blinked. I'm not bugging. Now she not blinking.
И Новый год у вас правда раз в 12 месяцев?
And you only celebrate New Year's once in 12 months, right?
Есть эти...
And you have those... She clicked her fingers trying to remember something. Mondays.
Ага.
Yeah. I smiled.
О,
Man, you
как
got a
всё
difficult case.
запущено. Вам бы, юноша, кило шоколада съесть.
I prescribe you a
Против
kilo
скуки и
of
уныния.
chocolate to battle your boredom, young man. Who are you? I refrained from asking that question. She wouldn't answer anyways, or she'll just lie. I really wanted to see what's behind her mask. I was becoming more and more sure that underneath that, it was just a simple young girl. Damn, it started snowing.
Может, Вова тоже нашел сугроб сладостей и теперь кувыркается в нем?
What if Vova also found a snow pile with sweets and is now rolling in it?
Слушай, вдруг он решил остаться в лесу?
Actually, what if he decided to stay in the forest?
Тогда, наверное, ему очень холодно в одной варежке.
He must be so cold without his second mitten. His second mitten? How's she? Okay, we said it could have belonged to the kid. But how did she? I don't like how she said that. I don't like how she said that. The wind caught her words like smoke from a fire and carried them deep into the darkness, into the creepy thicket. The trees behind me creaked with their bony branches.
Или с ним что-то случилось в пути.
Or what if something happened to him along the way?
Что-то страшное.
Something terrible. The forest reacted to her words, became alive. It sniffed me out, perking up its ears just like a curious beast. The fox girl pierced me with her eyes
Дикие
again.
звери?
Wild beast?
Это, по-твоему, страшно?
You find that scary?
Ну, не знаю.
Well, I don't know.
Не знает.
He doesn't know.
Уж не с двоечником ли я подружилась?
Oh my, have I befriended a dunce? I didn't like being called a dunce, yet being friends with her sounded nice.
Я хорошист.
My grades are good.
Бел да пушист.
Really now?
Пойдешь со мной? Хорошист Антон.
Will you come with me, good grades, Anton?
Найдем твоего Вову.
We'll find
Его
your
спросишь,
we'll
что
find
он
your
нашел в
Volvo,
этой пуще.
and you'll be able to ask him what he found deep in the
Ведь
forest.
пока мы вместе,
As long as you're with me, nothing can hurt you in the forest. She's trying to get us. She wants us to go in the forest with her. She's going to hurt us. She's evil.
вот увидишь.
You'll see. Worms of worry writhed in my belly. Better run, whispered
Я
in
тебе
my
не
mind.
верю.
I don't believe you.
Ты думаешь, я врунья?
Do you take me for a liar?
Ты,
Yes.
пожалуйста. Никогда никто не видел.
Whatever, you're just like everybody else. She's trying to use manipulation on me. She's trying to use manipulation on me. A girl sounded hurt. The girl sounded hurt, although I don't know if she was genuine about it. She turned around as if she had immediately lost all interest in me. I remember my dad's favorite saying, "Where are your manners, son?" Indeed, this fox was kind to me.
Не обижайся, пожалуйста.
Please don't get mad.
Лисы бывают и добрыми.
Foxes can also be
Ну,
nice.
как в
Like
сказках.
in fairy
Мне бы
tales.
только понять, что ты за лиса.
I just need to know what kind of fox you are. The girl giggled, hiding the nose of her mask in her head, in her hands.
Тогда пойдем со мной в лес.
Then follow me into the forest and you'll get to know me. She trying to kill us. She trying to kill us.
Но не сейчас, а когда рассветет.
But not right now. When it gets bright, I mean, your whole body is shaking, you poor thing.
То выгляди, кондрашка хватит.
I don't want you to get a stroke. Hypothermia? What do you mean a stroke?
Провожу тебя до школы.
Hey, let me accompany you to school. She trying to get us. She trying to come with us to school. Yep. She trying to get your boy. After hearing this, the dog barked in agreement and stopped messing with the mitten. I leaned in trying to grab the piece of handwear that almost ran away from me.
Ну, если тебе по
Well, if
пути,
we're going in the same direction, we went towards the school and lost dawn. Here and there, the lights came on in the windows of houses we passed as if their inhabitants were sending us warning signs. Silhouettes lurked behind curtains, dogs let out occasional barks. Spiral of gray smoke rose from chimneys, TVs bustles, and dishes clanged in the kitchen. We watched the village slowly rise from its slumber while carefully treading the snowy wheel trails. I expected the fox to bring up something weird again, but she stayed silent all the way to the school, as if playing with me some game only she was privy to. She would only giggle from time to time when the dog sneezed from the snowflakes that fell on his nose. I was the first to break the
как
silence.
тебя зовут?
So what's your name?
А, ну конечно.
Here it comes.
Имена, имена,
Names,
имена.
names, names.
Людям непременно надо вешать ярлыки на все подряд.
You people always need to put labels on everything.
Ну и как бы ты назвал такую лису, как
What name would you give to a fox like
Даже
me?
не знаю.
I don't know.
Но я читал про лису по имени Алиса.
But I've read about Alyssa the Fox. You said this how a great and epic adventure starts? No bullshit, Liz. Like, no bullshit.
А что?
You know what?
Я не
I don't
против.
mind.
Пусть будет
I'll
Алиса.
be Alyssa. I couldn't understand if she was joking or not. I turned around as if I was looking for an answer from the dog from the dark sky devoid of dawn. My silent questions were left unanswered. The school outline was already in our sight. The giant brick box stuck in the endless night. Lights in its windows didn't bode well for me. The warden trees were guarding the schoolyard. Screams, childish laughter, and someone whistling tore up the silence. I went there with mom when we just moved, and the place looked cozy at the time. Empty corridors that smelled of polish. Puffy snow outside. The second time I came alone to get the books, I just kept on imagining my peers rolling down the railings, grade schoolers, grade schoolers running to the library, the teachers marching down the corridor with the air of the self-importance around them. High schoolers were smoking at the entrance in track pants and wool caps perched on their foreheads. Their appearance destroyed the last of hope for a cozy school. The stingy eyes and the teeth yellow from nicotine, their smirks, all of it had the same gloomy effect as the cloudy winter morning. Absorbed by my thoughts, I completely forgot about my companion.
После уроков жду тебя на заднем дворе.
I'll wait for you at the backyard after school. She gonna wait for us, gang? She gonna wait for us, twin?
Возле повешенного.
Near the hanged man.
Возле кого?
Near what? She just ignored my
Не
question.
опаздывай.
Don't be late. I hesitated. Blowing hot and cold again. Mom always said that when I would have trouble choosing between two options. Thinking about mom helped me
Я
reply.
после школы сразу домой.
I'm going straight home after school.
Эх,
Well,
Антоша,
Antosha,
это
I'm
я
going
тебя
to let you
не
off the hook.
отпуск. Другие же
But the others will
незаметно
creep up
подкрадутся
to you
со
with their
своими
smiles and sink their
улыбочками
teeth into
и
you.
вцепятся.
Won't be able to shake them off
Клещами
easily.
не оторвешь. Попомни мои
Remember my words. The fox opened her mouth in a wide yawn. What kind of trick is this? Someone running in the distance called out my name. I instantly turned around. A huge snowball whizzed past my shoulder and hit the dog. It whimpered and ran towards the spring. The darkness devoured it. The fox girl was also nowhere to be seen. She dissolved into frosty air, or was she hiding in my shadow? After taking a deep breath, I went towards the school, towards the cutlets and dough, towards the lights raining down onto the snow. Oh, that was a bar. Enter. We're gonna enter the school. I could hear muffled voices behind the doors, saw blinking lamps. Darkness creeped along the windows, and it felt like the school was drifting into an open space like a lonely lost spaceship. After going to the second floor, I noticed a crowd around the notice board. Everyone was taking part in a lively discussion. I moved closer and took a look at something everyone was interested in. Through a wall of backpacks, there was a piece of paper with something printed on it glued to the left of the notice board. Vova Matukin, 10-year-old, grade 4. He left his home on January the 5th around, what time is this, y'all? And never returned. Was last seen at the bridge over the Samoradino River. He was wearing an orange coat with a hood, a black wool cap, and a scarf with mittens. Mittens with green stripes. Might have had a plastic toy gun on him. Features. Yo, there's a child missing. Vova, that was his name, a 4th grader. On the grainy point, Vova looked dead with a black mouth and a dark, empty eye socket. Could it be that the darkness dwelling deep in the forest invaded his pores and mutilated his face? A plastic toy gun couldn't protect him from the whispering branches and the howling wind. Empty eyes of the lost boy pierced through my soul as if I was pleading. Unable to meet his stares, I turned around and rushed to the window, took a seat on the windowsill. What's up, Breadsticks? Appreciate you tuning in. How your night going? Unable to meet... Oh, I read this already. The corridor was slowly filling up with children in groups of few. Nobody paid me any mind. In the darkness of school toilets, child voices were hammering a nursery rhyme.
Для медведя, для лисы, зайчик кушать принеси.
Good so far, school is stressful. Well, shit, ain't you almost done, twin? I'm not gonna lie, you might just thug it out, gang. You feel me? You grinding for something, so when you grinding for something, you gotta, you get what I'm saying? You gotta do what you gotta do, sis. For the fox and for the bear, bunny tasty meals prepare. Okay. I turned my head towards them, trying to get a better look at their features, but then my attention was stolen by a loud clicking sound. A female teacher marched down the corridor with her chin raised up high. Her heels were hitting the floor like a miniature hooves. A girl was trailing her every step. She was also looking, was that pompous? Stopping along the way and whispering some secrets in her friend's ear. She was probably a class rep since she was carrying an attendance register book.
Екатерина, возьми, пожалуйста.
Katerina, take this, please. The teacher opened the classroom door and a crowd of children swarmed in, screaming and pushing. Out of all of them, a tall, redhead fat boy caught my attention. His face was full of blisters. He looked like the insides of a pomegranate. A bad feeling risen up the hair on the back of my neck. I've seen boys that came before, unsettled eyes, cackling laughter. The girl who was a smaller copy of the teacher warned the boy with a wave of her hand and entered the room through the clearing in the crowd. Some other guy stood in the way of the crowd and the redhead immediately shoved him. Move your legs, moron. The boy flew headfirst, flailing his hands, trying to keep his balance. Got this fuck ass law school and one more semester. Oh yeah, you locked in. You got, so what? You got one more semester in total? Oh yeah, you locked in, breadsticks? No bullshit. Shit, I'm rooting for you, twin. You could do it. The fatso burst out laughing and a couple of kids joined his nasty cackling. Their laughter sounded like someone was sniping with huge garden scissors. Snipping. The classroom sucked all of the kids in. The quarter stood empty. I wanted to grow roots and stand on the windowsill. So is school done? Just a handful of lampposts outside were battling in darkness, writhing like fluorescent fish in the black ocean. How do y'all say that word? Is that writhing? Writhing? What is that? WRITHING. Writhing? Writhing? That's how y'all say that? Maybe I can still run away. Go outside, dissolve in the darkness. I imagine myself running through snow, how it squeaks under my boots, and how I'm becoming lighter and lighter every step. Writhing. Okay, writhing. Writhing? Okay, okay, that's the pronunciation. Now, what the fuck does that mean? The ringer trills blew that illusion away. I tore myself from the window with great effort, then took a couple of deep breaths, trying to at least calm down my mad pulse, and entered the classroom. Yo, B-Bog, what's up, B-Bog? Appreciate you tuning in. How your night going? How's your Thursday? Google it? How am I gonna Google it when I'm playing, my nigga? No bullshit. I'm playing, cuz. How am I about to Google it? That's why I'm asking y'all and shit. Like, y'all could put me on, you feel me? Like, undo it. Appreciate you, Laz. See, there you go. W, Laz. Because, gang, I'm playing, cuz. Yo, B-Bog, I appreciate that, B-Bog. Breadsticks gotta be trolling me. I think Breadsticks is rage baiting me. B-Bog, I appreciate likes. You feel me? I'm talking to the chat. I'm asking y'all like, yo. Talking to the Shamfam like, yo, what that mean? You supposed to be Smarty McSmarty Smarty Pants, but if it was a riddle and shit, you would have answered it though. Let me find out, Breadsticks. Now I'm on your ass. See, I could hop on your ass now because you've been in here for a little while. I don't gotta, you feel me? I can hop on that ass. The perm teacher looked at me over the frames of her glasses, clearly annoyed.
Я новенький.
I'm the transfer student.
Мне вот сказали к вам подойти.
I was told. So what's the difference from y'all telling me and learning than me searching it up and learning? Like, that's the same thing. Like, what is the difference in there? Like, explain to me. Put me on, sis. The snowy forest trails was winding in front of my eyes. Winding in front of my eyes. The pines rustled, but it didn't sound predatory anymore. She buried herself in the register and flicked through the
А
pages.
фамилия-то как?
Your last name?
Петров.
Petrov.
Громче говори.
Huh? What are you mumbling there?
Чего мямлишь?
Say it clearly.
Петров.
Petrov.
Нет такого.
You're not on the list. She measured me with a long and heavy stare as if she's trying to see if I was lying. I wanted to sink through the floor. Hazy faces observed all of that from the left. The classroom breathed and snorted in unison like a living organism, like a dangerous
Ты не
beast.
ошибся?
Are you sure?
Нет такого в списке.
I don't have you in my register. My knees chose the worst time to start shaking and I felt dizzy. I clutched my fist so hard my knuckles became
Мне
white.
сказали, 204 кабинет, Лилия Павловна, 6 В.
They told me to come to classroom 204 to ask for Lilia Pavlovna, class 6C. Apparently everyone in the classroom took my words of some sort of joke because they were all laughing.
Что за бардак?
What's wrong with this school? The classroom fell silent. The kids hid their smirks for a better occasion.
Понаберут студентов.
Why do we hire so many
Только
interns?
знают, что губяки свои малевать. А я разгребай, значит.
Spunky, I appreciate the rose, Spunky. Spunky, I appreciate the roses. How's your night, Spunky? They all know how to put lipstick all over their bulging lips, but when it comes to real problems, I have to solve everything.
А бумаги-то кто заполнять будет? Не первый раз ведь уже.
How did they send you here without any paperwork? We've had the same thing happen so many times
Подожди
already.
здесь.
Wait here,
Сейчас.
I'll be back.
Сейчас я им устрою.
I have to have a little chat with them. The teacher flew past me, mumbling something to herself in righteous anger, and I was left standing at the center of the classroom. Like a convict in front of a firing squad, I lowered my gaze, feeling the mocking stares from all around the classroom directed at me. They pickled my skin, danced on it like laser sights. Once again, I imagined running far away from this place, fighting the clawing wind, soaring high above the pines in one long jump, with the wind in my back as my only companion. The eyes of my future classmates were asking, this new boy, is he one of us or an outsider? Somebody whispered something and stifled laughter rolled through the classroom, wiped the board. It wasn't easy to guess who was the main prankster here. Hey, Four Eyes, are you not only blind but also deaf? I said, wipe the board. My knees weren't the only shaking part on my body anymore. I was trembling from head to toe and I prayed for the teacher to come back sooner. My prayers were answered by the power that be. W. Teacher, pull back up, W.
Ну что мне с тобой делать-то?
And what should I do with you now?
Куда сажать, а?
Where will you sit?
Давай-ка сядь, наверное, с
Oh, well, you
Семеном.
can sit with Semyon, I
Он
guess.
все равно один.
He's alone anyways. Is Semyon the bully?
Еще чего?
No way. Word? He don't want me to sit with him? The fatso put his backpack on the seat beside him in defiance, scratched his belly and smirked. Yo, he's an asshole.
Ты опять за старое?
Are you back to your old tricks?
Снова бабушку
Should I call your
вызывать?
grandma here again? The classroom went silent. Word, press his ass.
А чё она мне сделает?
And what she's gonna do? Word? Pfft. Put that belt on him.
Не она, так я тебе сделаю.
I'll be the one to do something if she doesn't. Word, talk that shit, teacher. Put away your backpack now. Semyon didn't move a muscle. He started studying the portraits of writers on the wall, looking bored. I need to do something to resolve this somehow, to save myself. I cleared my throat and continued in a stifled voice that sounded nothing like me.
Я могу за последнюю
I can
парту
sit in the
сесть.
last row.
Там, кажется,
I think
свободно.
there's a free seat. The teacher snorted loudly. She looked at me, then at Semyon, then back at me.
Ладно.
Fine, go there
Садись
for
пока
now.
тут. А с тобой, Бабурин,
And
мы
you,
еще поговорим,
Barbarian, I'll have to talk to you later.
чтобы подошел после уроков.
Come to me after classes.
Будешь по классу дежурить,
You'll be
ясно?
on cleaning duty. Got it? Semyon forced out a twisted smile. Juicy pimples were growing on the tip of his nose, ripe for a taking. I walked carefully, afraid to stumble and fall, causing another outburst of laughter from everyone. I took my seat at the back at the last table where I was met with a pile of old posters. The outcasts took their seats and the class was ready to start.
Вот и хорошо.
Now this is
Начнем
settled.
урок.
Let's start the class.
Тема
Today's theme is tradition of Russian and international literature in Zoshenka Don't Lie. De Fatso turned back to me. His stare informed me of the coming days, weeks and months of bullying. I've got my eyes on you, said his watery look. After just a couple of periods, I have already noticed a huge yellow spit stain in my notebook. Ew, bro. Then after cafeteria, this Semyon accidentally spilled a glass of kimpot on me. Ew, brother. And then he flailed his hands around after exiting the toilet so some of the liquid from his hands would get on me. Ew. Just before the final period for today, Semyon pushed me into the buzzing crowd of girls from our class. He pushed him in the straight bosom. He pushed him in the straight bosom. Shit. They made way cursing, but I wouldn't hold my balance and ended up ramming my face into the girl I took for the class right before, right in her chest. Face straight in the air, bro. That's valid though. Face in the air, like Katya. Ow. I immediately stepped back, dying from embarrassment. I'm sorry, are you all right? I then suddenly put her hands on her hips. Will you look at him? Groping me in front of everyone? Yo! She's trying to say, yo! What, bro? Bro, she said I was... Bro, I'll tell my mom. Yo! Then expel you, pervert. Nah, she crazy. She crazy. There was some sort of sadistic pleasure in her eyes, as if she was a child who was about to put a lit up match to the Schaefer beater. I didn't mean to. He pushed me. We all saw that, you know. No blind among us. Yo, Nasir, appreciate likes, my boy. How you been? She stared at my glasses while showing me a creepy smile. I started to fume on the inside, but Semyon's laughter cooled my head. I pushed him, you sure? He swaggered up to me and enveloping me in the smell of sunflower seeds and rotting teeth, and then pushed me to the ground. Like this, huh? What you gonna do now? The bully towered over me as if saying, come on, hit me. Let me see you try. Fight back? Fight back or endure? Fight back or endure? Yo, this game is it's like a novel. It's like a horror novel type game. It's like a book. So basically, I'm reading to y'all. My fault. I mean, just hit the mic. Fight back? We gonna fight his ass back, bet. Listen, you. My throat went dry, my lips were moving on their own, and my voice was akin to a stifled squeal. Semyon wore a mocking smile. He's fucking hideous. Go on, Four Eyes. Why did you stop? We're all waiting. If you ever touch me again. Semyon slowly stuck out a finger and poked my forehead. I did so what? If you ever do it again. Here. Once more. And again. And again. And again. He was poking me with his finger so hard that my head tilted backwards. I must not cry, or I'll be done for. What will a wimp like you do to me? My vision went blurry. My soles tore off from the floor. I rushed forward and threw a random punch without looking. What I saw when I opened my eyes was beautiful and horrifying at the same time. Samuel was holding his ear and blinking in amazement. Was I the first person to rebel against his absolute rule? I needed to run, but I was already surrounded by his cronies. Lilia Pavlovna. Her child just beat Baboon. Wow, she's snitching on me. Semyon's cheeks grew even redder and his pimples even wider like the heads of larvae. But a smile flashed on his face that was only noticed amongst his comrades. He got really close to me. The smell of rotten teeth washed over me. You are fucking done. His voice was evil and dangerous, like someone tore off the lid from a kettle with boiling fat. I was waiting to get hit, counting the thumps of my heart and guessing where his fist will go. The solar plexus, the jaw, the nose, but he just turned around and walked off. A thought cold and sober and extremely rational popped up in my head. I'm going to get killed today. I was late to leave the school after classes on purpose. Semyon didn't attend the last period, so I was hopeful. What if he decided to dodge the cleaning duty and ran home forgetting all about me? He heaved in sigh of relief, like someone on death row whose execution was delayed by a day. But I didn't let myself forget this tone, his vengeful gaze and his scary electrified smirk. While the other students were leaving the school, laughing loudly, I was pretending to skim through my books near a window. I was staring outside, nervous. Semyon was nowhere to be found in the front yard or near the school gate. I didn't really believe I was this lucky, so I decided to be extra cautious and stayed for some more time in the corridor that was gradually getting less crowded. All of the bustle moved to the first floor. There was a skeleton peeking out of the biology classroom. Some jokester put a cap with the American condor on its head. Where's that at? I don't see that. The sound of running water were coming from the bathroom. Okay, I was the only person left in this whole school. I'm not alone. A sudden thought came to mind. I remember the missing boy. His portrait was on the notice board near the school, near the schedule. I remembered his smile, him looking at me, and the fact that he's most likely already dead.
Привет.
Hello? I shuddered and turned around. Who that? That's fine shit? And she play instrument. At first, my eyes stumbled upon the black violin case. Then I noticed a girl from my class was holding it. Ooh. Fine shit pulled up on you, twin. Go get busy. Go get busy, Anton. She sat in the first row of the second column. I could swear I caught her looking at me a couple times. Oh, she thinks she... Oh, yeah. I was sneaking glances at her myself. Oh, yeah. Sometimes it just feels nice to look at something pretty, the spring, the sky, or a girl that's not in the crowd that laughs at Semyon jokes. Ooh. I fuck with my mans, yo. And she wasn't whispering the dirty laundry of other people to Katya. She spent all the breaks, just like me, staying in the classroom or looking in the window of drawings, something in her green notebook.
Здравствуй.
Hello. I turned red and pretended I was studying the pattern of the wooden floor.
Круто ты ему врезал.
It was cool the way you hit him.
Это вышло случайно.
It was just an accident, almost. I started shoving books in my backpack to at least put something in my hand.
Вроде Семён раньше
Semyon
таким
wasn't
не
like
был.
that before.
Он к нам недавно
He also
перевёлся.
transferred here just recently.
Бабушка мне
His grandma told me that
сказала, что он
it
словно
almost felt like
изменился.
he went mad.
Семёна даже
Even the
больше
upperclassmen
Катя
fear
побаивается.
Semyon. Did you know that?
Представляешь? А ты вот молодец.
But you're different.
Не струсил.
You're brave.
Угу.
I mumbled in reply. Yeah, right. Me brave? What's up, Kayla? Appreciate you tuning in, Kayla. How's your night going? A hero that has been standing around in the hallway to avoid a beating. The girl looked at me with her clear, attentive eyes.
А ты за рекой живёшь?
Do you live over the river?
В том
In that
деревянном
wooden
доме?
house?
Ну да.
Yeah.
Там, наверное,
Must be scary
страшно.
living there.
Да ещё
And
через
you also have to
месяцы.
cross the forest.
Я бы так не
I wouldn't be
смогла.
able to do that. I shivered at the mention of the forest. I thought of intertwining branches of a snake-like trail of endless darkness that spread like mold amongst the crooked trees. So I straight up lied.
Да не так уж там и
It's not that
страшно.
scary. His capping ass.
что тебя
My
так
day's
пугает?
been good. Appreciate your accent. My nephew went to prom today, so I went and was over there. Took some pictures with him before he went out to prom. And shit was lit. His little send off. What's so scary about it for you? She smiled after a brief pause, as if brushing off a daydream.
Да так.
Well, actually, never mind.
Ничего. Меня, кстати, Полина
My name is
зовут.
Polina, by the way.
А меня Антон.
I'm Anton.
Ну, это
I already
я
know
знаю. Слушай,
Hey, Anton.
Антон,
She stumbled as if trying to decide whether she should continue.
а что ты делаешь после
What are you
школы?
doing after school? What you trying to do after school? Shit. Polina, we on whatever you on. Shit, Polina, you dictate. The ball's in your court. We on whatever you on, twin. No bullshit. My chest felt prickly after her innocent question, yet somehow it felt pleasant.
Ничего такого.
Nothing much. We playing a nonchalant. I stumbled and didn't finish my sentence. Alyssa's predatory smile flashed in front of my eyes. Her playful eyes in the slits of the mask were probably just a product of my imagination, though. What if that fox girl is waiting for me after the school? Or was it another of her weird jokes? I wonder if she's hiding a big red tail under her coat. I suddenly got covered with beads of sweat after a PE class. I wanted to take a shower, as if just thinking of the foxy girl made me dirty, soiled my clothes, lured me into the forest embrace.
У меня сейчас занятие. Скрипка.
I have a violin
А
lesson
потом
and then I'll be
свободна.
free. Okay, we're gonna wait for Shorty.
Дедушка мне
My
репетитор
grandpa
нужен.
hired me a private tutor. W
Наш
grandpa.
учитель музыки. Он же скрипач.
Our music teacher is a violinist and he doesn't have anyone to teach here except for me.
Только мне.
She waved her free hand in the air, imitating the movement of a bow on violin strings. I could almost hear the music. It chased Alyssa out of my head. I looked at Paulina's lips, catching her every word, and was frozen from the unusual sensations. They were warm, soothing, and tingly. It felt like I was very small and feelings were immense and they couldn't fit inside me.
Тут говорят, что у нас в поселке маньяк завелся.
They say there's a serial killer on the loose in the village.
Раньше со
Normally
школы меня
grandpa would
всегда
escort me
дедушка
from home
забирал,
to school,
но в
but he's been
последнее
sick
время
lately. I snuck a glance at Vova's photo. His eye wells were studying me. His lips were black lipstick. He's wearing black lipstick. Just like the portrait of a
Ты
gravestone.
не подумай, я не трусишка.
I mean, I'm not a coward, it's just...
Просто мне кажется, что с тобой
I
будет
think I'll be
безопаснее.
safer together with you.
Антон,
Will you go home with me, Anton?
можешь проводить меня до дома?
Go home with you. We out. There it was. Finally, everything that I read about in the adventure books, everything that I dreamt about was seeping into my life. A mysterious crime, a beautiful stranger, and heroic duel. A duel. Thinking of Sermon instantly sobered me up, returned me back to earth, and it started shaking under my feet like a deck of a ship. If only I could rise to the occasion in front of Paulina. Because no matter how brave I was trying to act, it was obvious for both of us that I wouldn't be able to stand a chance against her and a big guy like that. And him knocking me out won't even be the worst of it. The worst part is that Paulina will also see that. And she'll laugh at me like everyone else does. No, I don't need anybody to see me in such a shameful state.
Сегодня вряд ли
I doubt I'll be able to today.
Ты же знаешь,
You know,
Семён,
Semyon was
скорее
waiting
всего,
for me
караулит
outside.
на школьном дворе. Лучше мне с ним разобраться лично, по-мужски.
I need to deal with him one-on-one like a man. He's wildin'.
Глупости
Nonsense.
какие.
Paulina brushed off some of her hair off her forehead and sensed a weak aroma of blackberry. Paulina was like water. When you were thirsty, you gulp it down and still want more. Yeah, you talking like that, Anton? Paulina like water? He talking like that? I'm finna use that. Shorty, you like water. Shorty, I'm finna use that. Hold on. Let me take a screenshot. We finna use that, yeah. Yeah. I remember the summer evening at the country house. The fire, pungent smoke, the berries hanging over our fence from the neighbors, and a soft cover of pine needles under my soles. Those few peaceful days when I felt completely safe. My mom resting in the hammock, my dad putting meat on the skewer. Could I have foreseen the upcoming catastrophe in the crackle of the coals and our parents' laughs and the smell of the fleeting July? You think she's the fox girl, Crimson? Crimson, she might be the fox girl. I think she is too. And Crimson, how's your night going? I don't know how long you've been here, but appreciate you for tuning in. Could I have seen how fragile that world was?
Думаешь, этот дикарь будет честно драться?
Yep. Do you really think that Savage will give you a fair fight?
Со своими дружками набросится всем скопом, опомниться даже не
He'll
дадут.
just swarm you with his friends without giving you any chance to catch your breath. Paulina suddenly flashed a devious
Но
smile.
если мы
But if we
пойдем
go
вместе,
together,
это их
they
ошарашит.
will be put off.
Я же не только первая скрипка
I'm
на
not
деревне.
only
Я
the
ведь ещё
first
и
violin
девочка.
of this village. I'm also a girl.
Слышала от знакомого хулигана,
I've
что
heard from
он
a delinquent-
никогда не нападает на кого-то в присутствии девушки.
I've heard from a delinquent I know that he'll never attack someone when there's a girl around.
Представляешь,
Can you
у
imagine?
них кодекс
They have this
чести
weird code of
такой.
honor. A delinquent, you know. I thought worried. Is he better than me? Taller than me? Taller? More handsome?
Ой, мне на музыку.
Oh, I have to go to music class. She made a couple of steps and stopped. Amazing. Paulina didn't look like those beauties from the magazine poster or the actors from the movies. But in the flickering light of the ceiling lamp, she looked much more alluring.
А ты играешь
Can
на
you play
чём-нибудь?
anything? My parents bought me a guitar a couple years ago. I immediately remembered my meager attempt at making music. Change, we're all waiting for change. Soy songs echoed my thoughts and my desire to change something. What's a soy song? A soy song. Victor Tsoi, a singer and a frontman of a popular Soviet rock band Kino that played in a mix. Okay, died in an accident. What's up, Stones? Appreciate you for tuning in. How's your Thursday, Stones? How's your night going? The guitar got lost somewhere, as if refusing to move to the old house near the forest. I think my parents gave it away to someone that needed it
Ой,
more.
не играй.
I don't, sadly. A
Жалко.
pity.
Ну ладно, я побежала.
Oh well, I'll be going.
Пока!
Bye. Her shout was captured by the loud echo. Her shoes also echoed through the school hallways. Bye. I wasn't sure Polina heard me. I looked out the window again. The schoolyard was empty, just a couple of grade schoolers throwing snowballs at each other. Nobody who looked like the hulking Semyon with his cronies. This was giving me hope. What should I do? Polina could become my friend, the first one in this new place. And besides, she may be in real danger of meeting a killer, and I'll be her defender, her knight. And even though my inner voice was hesitant and whispered about running away from the killer lurking in the woods at night, Polina was worth the risk. But the red cunning fox was also intriguing. She promised me to help look for Vova. And this will bring me a reward. More money will also guarantee peace in my family. Gifts for Olya. I imagine my sister happy those girls get prizes from Super Nev in the finest hour. It went good. Got some red and white blue flowers from my grandma Stones. About you. Oh, that's W Stones. Stones, God bless you, man. And me, I went to my nephew's prom send off today. Yeah, shit was lit. She'll be dancing with the famous singer, maybe a new popular boys band like Ivanushki International. Mom and Dad hugging in the Oten Kino pavilion. Nah, facts, Stones. And then all of us going to Disneyland. What's up, Ren? Appreciate you tuning in. How you doing? All right, Paulina or Allison? Somebody left their school shoes on the windowsill. Judging from their size, they belong to a boy my age. Paulina or Allison? Turn me around and I'll tell you who's stupid. I bet something offensive is written on the other side. I wonder how long would Simeon keep turning it around if it fell into his hands. An admired zinc bucket with a rag on the bottom of it, filled to the brim with murky tap water. It reeked of salty chemicals and a stench was so intense that I felt sick. I staggered away from it, praying that I don't meet the same fate as the person on cleaning duty. Yo, Kat, this game is called Tiny Bunny. It's like a novel basically. It's like a book. It's a linear horror novel. But the dialogue I fuck with it. This is episode 2. I actually do like it. Like, no bullshit. Like, the story is actually crazy. Like, the reading and all that shit, and the drawing style is cool. Alright, do we go with Polina, the girl we just met? Or do we go with the fox girl, Alyssa? I don't know. Do we go with the fox girl? Nah, Crimson, I like this too, Crimson. Do we go with the fox girl? What y'all think, the fox girl or Polina? Because what if Polina is really the setup? Like, what if we go Polina and she booms us? Or we get captured? Fox girl? Dino's trying to get us killed. What's up, Nah? I appreciate you tuning in. How you been? Tough choice. Fox girl? Y'all trying to get me killed. Alright, we're gonna go with Alyssa. We're going with the fox girl. Fuck, bro. After closing my backpack, I ran down the stairs. We're about to get killed. Paulina might be a lure. You could be right. I scanned my surroundings through the window in the main hall. Nobody suspicious in sight. The school doors creaked. The sound was similar to the music from a thriller, the high note that comes before an intense scene. I ran around the school corner, trying not to catch anyone's attention. The smell of pastry and burnt sugar wafted from the school cafeteria. I froze when I saw a silhouette in the second floor window. It must be Paulina, gliding a bow on violin strings with her head slightly tilted to the side. I wish I could hear the melody she played, but Paulina was only a dark outline on the window's yellow sheet. I dragged my feet forward. Who the fuck is that? Who is that standing right there? Nah. Oh, I didn't mean to click the screen. No, I didn't read the last choice. So let me go back. Okay, the net on a football goal in the yard fluttered in the wind. Okay, the same wind that hurled small white whirlwinds through the field. Somewhere nearby, an invisible tractor was humming, scaring away the crowd of cawing birds. The hum of its engine sounded like the howls of hungry beasts that chased me through the snowy desert. Alyssa and her scary mask also came to mind. Right now, in the light of day, it was really hard to believe she was real. What did she say back then, at the backyard near the hanged man? What did she mean by that? Who is that guy right there?
Извините.
Excuse me. The silhouette turned around the corner and walked deeper into the dead end, leaving cigarette smoke in its wake. It was an adult, a teacher maybe? I looked at the wall. There was a hangman drawn under the thin black line of resin. Someone played the hangman here. Something was scribbled on the both sides of the man. Escape, fear, truth. Come closer, sweetheart. It took me a while to realize where the sound was coming from. My eyes strolled through the cul-de-sac at the school backyard through windows and snow. And one of the snow piles started trembling like a volcano before it erupts.
Отдай свое сердце!
Give me your heart. Nah, bro. In the blink of an eye, the white crust crumbled when a fox jumped at me. She made a gracious bow, enjoying the effect her appearance had on me. The silver of snow shined on her coat. I couldn't even imagine that thinking about girls with tails can be this. I don't know what to compare it to. Something infectious, toxically sweet?
Отпор не дал, сердце потерял.
Alyssa, fight back or your heart is in my bag. She giggled so enthusiastically that it forced me to
Да ну
smile.
тебя.
Anton, oh, come on. I quickly rolled a ball of snow and threw it at Alyssa. She tried to dodge it, but it was too late and it hit the shoulder. Alyssa, oh, you insolent boy.
Да, вот такой я.
Anton, yeah, that's me. The fox slowly backed down, trying to arm herself.
Ты хитер,
Alyssa,
да мы
you are sly, but I'm a fox.
Ловок ты, да мы
And
ловцы.
think out of the box. Her retribution was swift. A snowball arched its way above the snowy yard and the ravens flying in the air. I wanted to duck but slipped and fell to my knees. And while I was getting up, I caught a huge chunk of snow with my face. It burned up from the cold. Damn. I swore loudly from immense disappointment.
Блядь!
Using the word I hear in Sector Gaza songs on the cassette I hid from my parents. Okay, let's see. Sector Gaza, a Soviet and Russian rock band that played the so-called hillbilly punk founders. Okay, it's a rock band. Yo, Starlight, what's up? Appreciate you tuning in. How's your Thursday? This is like a horror novel. It's like a book, but it's a game, but it's like a book. It's called Tiny Bunny. If Dad heard this, he would definitely give me a good whooping. He had very low tolerance towards obscene words and always communicated in clean Russian.
Да ладно тебе.
Alyssa, oh, come on.
Не больно же совсем.
Alyssa, it can't hurt that much. She brushed off my hood as if to show compassion, took me by the elbow and helped me get up. With care uncharacteristic for a child, she took off my glasses, blew away from the snowflakes that were stuck to them and handed them back. Okay.
Вот так.
Alyssa, now we're even, Tosha. Only people who were close to me call me that. And I haven't even seen her real face, didn't know her last name, what class she was from, and if she had a real tail under her coat.
Желаешь отыграться?
Alyssa, want to get ahead?
Мы хотели поискать Вову. Помнишь?
Anton, we were going to look for Vova, remember?
Лучше поторопиться, а то меня родители станут.
We better hurry before my parents start looking for me. The fox let out a lazy yawn.
Родители.
Parents,
Как скучно.
don't be so boring.
Да давай чуть-чуть поиграем.
Let's play for a bit. You're always bored at home anyways. How does she know
А
that?
ты откуда знаешь?
Yo! I just asked that, bro. How does she know that?
Тоже мне тайна.
It's not even a
Со
secret.
взрослыми да в
It's always
четвером
way too boring being locked in a house
Достоверная.
full of adults.
Всегда.
I've been working all day, got home and resting. Yo, that's good, Starlight. Yo, get you some rest and no bullshit. Take care of yourself, man.
У меня от стены взрослых нервный
I just get all
тик.
jittery from both houses and parents, see? Hey, furry fox brow started twitching. I faked a laugh in reply, unsure whether being able to move parts of her mask like that was genuinely funny or not.
Ну же, Тоша, решайся.
Come on, Tosha, don't be scared.
Я же вижу, ты хочешь поиграть.
I can see you want to play.
Если победишь...
And if you win? The fox girl got dangerously close to me and stood on her tiptoes, almost touching my face with her rough little nose. Playful fires danced deep in her eyes. She smelled nice like berries and saturine. Is this the smell of independence and true freedom? I mean, the kind where all you have to do in your life is run wild and eat sweets? Her whispers poured into my ears like scalding hot water.
Если победишь,
Alyssa, if you win, I'll be your guide.
поверь, мне есть что тебе
Believe me, I have lots of things to show you.
Найдем
Yeah, what you
твоего
gonna show the
Вову.
kid? We'll surely find your vulva, for one. I felt as a giant invisible spring bent inside me. My tummy hurt, but the sensation was somehow not exactly unpleasant. It was so weird. I just had a conversation with Polina, and now Alyssa was going to drag me along with her.
А если проиграю?
And what if I lose?
Душу из тебя выцарапаю, неженка.
Alyssa, I'll claw out your soul, softy.
Давай, скорей.
Alyssa, come on, let's go. She burst out laughing, whipping the hem of her coat and ran towards the road we used to come to school in the morning. Her promise. That sounded almost like a threat, hypnotizing me. I bent down and scooped up some snow. I wish I had a device that could tell whether Alyssa was joking or being serious. Or is there always a third option with people like her? Yo, Godfather, what's up? This game is called The Tiny Bunny. It's like a novel. It's like a horror novel. Between her jokes, her laughter, and her hot breath on my ear, I wanted to win. To punish her for the lightness and freedom she possessed that was clearly too much for an average girl. When I, on the other hand, was possessed or rather intoxicated by the thirst for adventure, by my curiosity, just like that time when I ate the cherries from my mom's Nalivica, and lied down with my eyes closed while the bed was spinning underneath me. I spat and cleaned my lips. Do you want to play Little Sister Fox? Then let's play. I armed myself with the snowball and chased the fleeing fox. I saw a familiar street with a wooden post that didn't look scary to me. They were just logs covered in snow. If I were to shout now, the guard dogs would start barking and their owners would peek out of their windows. Alyssa's small silhouette was mocking me from far away, so it was useless to try hitting her with a snowball from now. Waste of ammunition. Birches mutilated by the cold peeked out to view along the clear road. The giant snow pile towered near one of the trees. This was probably the place where the tractor brought all the snow from the village. A whole family of foxes would fit in such a pile. No, I thought, she's the only fox around here. She's alone is already too much. My second morning acquaintance was running around near the edge of the forest, the stray dog with the mangy tail. She sniffed around and marked the naked berry bushes and ran towards the other ones. Alyssa showed up from under the hill.
За мной, девочка.
Zoika, follow me, girl. The dog ears perked up and barked in agreement, following her lead. We ran farther and farther in changing snowballs, laughing and stumbling. The winter forest towered in front of us, reaching for the low clouds. We were at the edge of its shadow, bony and almost corporeal. The fox hid behind a huge pine, clearly trying to get close to me and shove me in some snow down my collar. It was a good plan, but Zoka, who was running circles around her, gave her away. I broke off a dry branch and decided to act even trickier. I put my hand on it and peeked it from the side of the pine. I'll make her think it was my tiny head. Oh, I put my lip to stop myself from laughing, then jumped out from the other side and performed a point-blank throw. Oh yeah, he got her. He set her ass up. Alyssa probably cracked my plan right away, but she still let me win 3-1. What did she say? She still let me win. She still let me win 3-1. Okay. I was wounded in the leg and she got shot in the chest and in the stomach, losing imaginary blood in front of my eyes, pleading for mercy while also choking of laughter.
Молюсь, жалься.
Please, mercy.
Помираю.
I'm dying.
Да все, живи!
What are you talking about, Exo, though? Okay, I'll let you live. Thank you, O valiant knight. She pretended to bow to me, then grabbed 2 handfuls of snow like a dying warrior, threw them my way in a last-ditch effort. I dodged her attack easily, laughing uncontrollably and being mad at the same time. I finished her with 2 precise shots.
Живи, живи.
Hell, let me live, huh?
Научил бы меня жить, раз умный такой.
Learn me how to do it if you're so smart.
Молчи, ты умерла уже.
Shut up, you're already dead.
Тоже мне помеха.
Ha, when did that stop me?
Сыграем в
Let's play
кое-что
something more
интереснее.
interesting. She dashed behind the trees after blowing snow in my direction.
Раз, два,
1, 2, time to play with you.
3, 4, 5. Время
3, 4,
поиграть.
5, the owl will arrive. The owl will arrive. I hesitantly moved towards the windmill.
6, да,
6 on end, the wolf gray fur will stand. I thought I was a real tail guiding across the bushes. I rushed to the intertwined branches that helped Alyssa hide, as if something was pulling me there. I had to move them, tear them off like spiderwebs. Branches sprang back in my face, but it felt like they were caressing my cheeks and not hitting them. I was sweating, but still had a lot of stamina left. I'll make sure to catch you, little fox. Alyssa's voice was wandering amongst the windmill. 7, 8, stomp your hooves and wait.
А я тебя
Seems like I underestimated you.
думала, ты просто мальчик.
I thought you were just a boy. She looked crazy standing right there. I almost didn't even see her ass. Confident that she was behind the dry pine, I rushed to intercept her. But the local acoustics tricked me. Her voice is already echoing from the other side.
А ты зайчик.
And you're a bunny.
Шустрый,
So nimble, so cute. A snowball flew at me from the shadows, whistling near my ears.
Я тебе дам,
I'll show you a
зайчик.
bunny.
дай мне зайчик.
Yeah, do that. Show me. A bright fox fur coat flashed near a rotten stump. I rushed there, jumping over a ravine.
Зайчик,
Bunny, show yourself, be brave.
Мясо
Give the
на
beast fresh
дорогу
meat
зверей.
they crave. This furry collar that flashed from every tree was the most important thing in the world to me. My lips started trembling as if I was a cowboy and I was chasing his prey. One jump and the fox was in my embrace, so smooth, so desirable.
Всё,
Fine, fine, you win.
всё, ты победил.
She leaned against the scratchy bark and started puffing.
Пожалуйста, давай немного отдохнем.
Please, let's have a break.
Ты слишком быстрый,
You're too fast, too strong, too tasty.
слишком сильный.
Satisfied, I put my hands on my sides, waiting for the spoils of war from the defeated girl. But when I got what? But what I got instead was a sly snowball in my smug face. The cunning fox ran away roaring with laughter, but I wasn't even mad about it. I need to catch it to Alyssa to tackle and subdue her. Tear off her mask and see everything. Tear off her mask and see everything. What you trying to see?
Зайчик,
Poor little bunny, jump around.
возле
In the
мокрой
wet pine forest,
страшного
afraid of getting eaten by the big gray wolf,
Думает,
thinking of hot
боится.
summer keeping his ears low.
Прижимает на небо косица.
Sneaking glances at the hidden sky.
Небо
The sky really did disappear under the trees. I moved using the barking of Zolka as a guide since she was closely following her owner, and I was getting closer. Then the same trail I imagined back at school blinked under my feet. I turned out that running like there's no tomorrow was easy, faster, higher, faster. I felt like there was a well of untapped potential inside of me. I drew from it. My muscles were buzzing, my lungs felt bigger, and I felt much stronger overall. Even my vision became sharper. I saw every icy branch, every dent in the bark. Something colorful was lying near the bushes, a piece of clothing, a colorful spot to the right. Alyssa was losing her clothes on the run, like shedding her skin. I used my teeth to take off my mittens instead of what? I used my teeth to take off my mittens, excited about all that. I'll get naked and feel all the wind to the last drop faster. I reached out to take off my hat, to throw away everything that stops me from running wild in the endless forest. The backpack slowed me down, so I threw it in the snow along with all the pens that were inside, with all the notebooks, all of my drawings on the sidelines, and a dinosaur for Olia. Olia. Suddenly, a clear picture appeared in my mind. My sister, standing near a window, basking in the dusking sun. Her small childish poems are pressed to the glass, leaving marks when they warmed it up. She could warm up the whole world like that. She's looking at the taiga and saying my name.
Тоша!
Oya. Tosha. I stopped, took a deep breath, and relieved how rash and stupid I was, trying to undress in the middle of a forest while chasing a fox. I returned to get my backpack as if it was a part of my being I dropped. I remembered again how my sister didn't like to be left home alone, how she asked me to come home faster. What kind of brother am I? Running in the forest that I used to scare my sister with. I'm having fun while she's not even allowed over the doorstep. Sit in your cage, Oya, and watch the same cartoon over and over.
Тоша!
Да, Оленька.
Yes, Oya.
Тоша, а куда?
Tosha, where are you? Why are you hopping to, fucker? Where are you hopping to, fucker? Yo. Bro from school pulled up. The bully just pulled up, y'all. GG's. GG's. The class bully just pulled up on me. It's GG's, bro. The class bully pulled up on your boy. From the darkness behind the pines, just like the caveman from the cave, appearing smirking Semyon was with a bunch of his cronies. Where his cronies at? Oh, they pulled up crazy. Yo, Antoshka. Yeah, I thought you could slip away, huh? GG's. Check out this four-eyed freak, huh? They surrounded me like carnivore's pride, making me step back. The smell of sweat and tobacco attacked my nostrils. The insides of my mouth felt salty as I'd licked a battery.
Алиса!
Alisa. The name of my companion turned to a stifled cough. Pines were swaying back and forth like Salem guardians. I was frantically looking everywhere. I dreamt of finding the fox among the trees, expecting her to come to my rescue, but only the wind replied to my pleas.
Где Алиса?
Where's Alisa?
Что вы с ней сделали?
What did you do to her? I shuddered after hearing my own voice. It sounded unnatural, rough, and scary.
Какая еще
Who the
Алиса?
fuck is Alisa?
У тебя чё,
Did you hit your head?
кукуха поехала? Не ссы,
Whatever,
ща
we'll
вмиг
fix you right up.
вылечим.
The fatso spit through the gap of his teeth and pushed me so hard that I hit my back against a tree.
Ну как, полегчало?
So, feeling better now? It can't be. Did Alisa really lure me into this trap to these bastards? No. I can't believe this. We just got set up.
Глядите-ка, пацаны.
Looky here,
А
guys.
здесь он не
He's not so
такой
brave here
борзый, как в
compared to the
школе.
school. A total wimp.
Ты, сука,
You fuck with the
приезжая.
wrong guy,
Не
transfer
на
student.
того
Simon was moving towards me, readying his fist. In that moment, the other delinquent in the track pans made a loud whistle, and the hulking boy lowered his hand. It was unexpected. Seems like Berberman wasn't the leader of this gang. In reality, they were all listening to the boy who was looking like a small carnivore with very strong, sharp teeth. Probably decided to have some fun at my expense first.
Слышь, Гондон Батькович.
Hey, faggot. Yo, I can't say that. Yo, my fault. Hey, F Junior. Yo, that's my fault. I was just reading the game. That's my fault. It just slipped my brain. I was locked in flow state. Yo. Y'all see what that say. I ain't even...
Это что ли твоя
Is this your Alisa?
Алиса?
And then I noticed Zaluka beside my legs, trembling from the cold snow plastered all over its fur. The delinquent squatted in front of the dog and beckoned it with his hands.
Ой ты, батюшки.
Oh my.
Алиса,
Alisa came here,
ко
your
мне,
flea-ridden,
сучка блохастая.
your flea-ridden bitch. The others let out nasty laughs. The dog's ears perked up and she started carefully moving closer.
Иди сюда. Иди,
Yeah, come here. I got something for you. This nigga just kicked the dog, twin. I ought to whoop his ass. The dog didn't have a chance to sniff him when his animal abuser caught it by the ear and kicked it right under the tail. So hard it flew into the nearest snow pile squealing. The whole gang burst out laughing and my heart got encrusted in ice. Even the birds that were perched up on the tree let out a frightened cause. At the edge of my vision, I saw something flash in the illusory twilight. of the sleeping forest? Or were those just bushes moving their icy branches in the wind? Romka, I won't be able to shit after this. Let me kick the fucking thing one more time. 2 negatives will make a positive. But the stray was already nowhere to be seen.
Чего ты, баран?
What, are you an idiot?
Толкуй его на
Go and
начальнику,
show the
где его
Four Eyes
место.
his place.
Только так, чтобы он понял.
In a way he'll understand.
Ага, за ним кофяк.
Yeah, he fucking owes you.
Этот очкарик тебе
This
присел
wimp
класть
whacked you
всё.
in front of the whole class.
Да без Б.
Sure thing. Simeon brought a sizable signet ring with some geometric shape carved into its face, to my face.
Ща
Nah, facts,
помощник
lies,
я
this is
тебе
how it
этой
starts.
печаткой так
In a moment I hit
клеймо на
your
всю жизнь
face
останется.
so hard it'll leave a mark for the rest of your life. Where did all my inner strength and bravery go?
Стой!
Stop. A wizzy whisper left my lips and my head tilted forward, hitting Simeon's fist. Red sparks flew from my eyes. What's up, Sky? Appreciate you for tuning in. How you been?
Собі.
How's your Thursday? Bayasha, give me a hand. Simeon gave me a rough push towards the bastard with the slanting eyes and tripped me. Crimson, I'm saying, Crimson. I fell on the sharp crust of ice and the fatso stepped on my hand, preventing me from getting up. A painful groan escaped my throat.
Слыхали,
Did you hear
как
him
заныл?
whimper?
А ты случаем не
Is he actually or something? I started to lose breath from anger and resentment. The pain was growing. My ear was hot and pulsating pain was shouting through it like it was cut off and a ball of needle was sewn in
Чё
its
молчишь,
place.
Антошка?
Why so silent, Antoshka?
Отвечай.
Come on, tell us,
едем.
are you a... At this moment, I felt pure, unbridled rage, the amalgamation of all my anger. Amalgamation? Did I say that right? Yeah. Like the sprout's ink, it rose up from the depths of my mind, filling all my thoughts. Morons.
Знаете,
Did you know that my dad
Педик.
is also a... Simeon burst out laughing. This became the last straw. Fear and anger were grappling inside of me like mad
Он
dogs.
айкидо занимался.
He knows a kiddo got
Поняли?
it,
Он еще воевал.
and he's a vet.
Таких, как вы, с
He'll kill the
закрытыми
likes of
глазами
you with his
убивает.
eyes closed.
Я только слово
One
скажу,
word from me
он-
and he'll... Ramka lifted up his arm, stopping my torment of lies, made a couple of steps forward. Simeon slowly backed off, giving me an opportunity to stand up. Did he believe me? Or was he confused by the face twisted with rage?
Воевал,
A
говоришь?
vet, you say.
Мой батя
My
тоже
dad also
воевал.
fought in the war,
В Афгане.
in Afghan.
А твой?
And yours?
И мой.
Mine too.
Да, и в
Oh,
каких
really? And what
войсках,
force did he
интересно?
serve in? I stumbled, fear chomped at my rage's throat and made it bleed.
Да он фуфло
He's
гонит
full of shit,
громко.
Ramka.
Бля, будуна.
Sure as fuck, eh?
Думал, меня так просто
Did you think I was
развести?
so easy to trick?
Я тебя
I can see
сучонка
through all your lies, little
насквозь
bitch.
вижу.
There was a nasty smile on his face now. This didn't bode well for me.
Ты сам себе
Well, you've
приговор
asked for this.
подписал.
A teacher saved you at school, but here,
Хана
you're
тебе.
fucked. I don't know, yo, Crimson, like, I don't know what's up with them, Crimson. Where's Elisa? Elisa, come save me.
Во-во.
That's right.
Давай, Антошка.
Pray that they find
Молись,
your
чтобы
dead
твой
body
друг
come
поместился.
spring, eh?
Сидел бы ниже
If
травы,
only you
был бы
stayed silent,
целочек.
wouldn't have lost a hair.
Жирного стукнул одно дело.
Hitting Fatso is one thing,
Но про Афган
but fucking around with
пиздеть,
stuff
где мой
like
батя
Afghan,
под
where my dad
пулями.
spent time under fire
Долг
on
интернациональный.
international duty in
Дашь ты
fucking
Марго, блядь.
Dashte Margot. What's Dashte Margot? What's Dashte Margot, y'all? A desert region in southern provinces of Helmand and Nimruz in Afghanistan. Okay,
Сёма,
give him a good
ушатай-ка
pounding,
его.
Sioma. The delinquents closed in on me again, and I end up in front of Sioman. Blood was pumping in my temples. Branches were swaying back and forth as if whispering something, giving me hope. I gritted my teeth, fighting the thought that I looked silly, and took a boxing stance I often saw in movies.
Хера
What
ты,
are you,
Майк
fucking
Тайсон.
Mike Tyson? This was my first ever fight. I remember it for the rest of my life. If I didn't kick the bucket, of course. At the edge of my vision, I noticed a darkness writhe again, as if something was walking back and forth there. I sensed Roma's claws grabbing my backpack.
Манатки,
Give
Антошка.
me her shit, Antoshka.
Махаться мешай.
It'll get in the way. She's in your head only, so I assume. I was about to refuse, unwilling to cooperate with the bastard. But then he fished a butterfly knife out his pocket. With one smooth motion, spun it as if showing off, and put the blade to my neck.
Слышь, Фрей, расслабься, а то
Hey,
больно
easy,
будет.
buddy. I can make it painful. It's over with. Usually when bullies keep calling you one thing, that means that's how they see themselves. Okay, Crimson, that makes sense. I let out a cloud of steam instead of words. Rumka pulled with all his might and my backpack ended up in his hands. Calm and relaxed. An insidious smile on his face, he looked into my backpack.
Ты от нас что-то
Are you hiding
скрываешь,
something
да?
from us? Some rat
У
stole
меня
my
в школе
school
какая-то
shoes.
крысища поглядит.
Let me see if
Может,
it
это-
was. And what's
Опачки.
this? Rumka gave me a W smile. What fell out?
Так, а что это у
Ain't
нас
nothing
здесь?
important fell out. So what do we have here? My text and nobles fell in snow. He was holding my backpack in one hand and something weird in the other. It looked like the mitten. A mask. He had a mask? So when Shorty had the fox mask on, he had a mask in his bag? So is that why she was calling him a bunny? Did she put it in his bag? Nah, I think about because she was calling him the bunny earlier when we were playing that chase game. Whoa, this shit frying me. This shit frying me. This shit frying me. Roma lifted it high as if showing to someone in the treetops in the twilight among the trees. An old bunny mask, long worn out ears, barely visible, nose and whiskers, mangy fur on the sides. Where did it come from? Who put it there? Simon laughed.
Новый год уже
It's way
прошел,
past New
где
Year's,
он?
moron.
Или ты реально
Are you really
поехавший?
loony?
Это не мое.
It's not mine.
Как не твоё,
How come it's not? It's in your backpack. Remco was watching this scene unfold with an evil smile on
А
his
знаешь
face.
что?
You know what?
Надевай.
Put it on.
Зачем?
Why?
Надевай,
Because I'm
говорю.
telling you to.
Попрыгаешь.
You'll
перед
hop
нами.
like a bunny for us.
Давай,
Yeah, come on.
давай. Или без штанов
Or we'll
домой
leave you
пойдёшь.
pantsless, eh? Anything but this. What if someone from our class will pass by?
Надену.
I won't.
Сёма,
Sioma put it on him.
Hey.
Biasha rushed to his friend inside and took the worn-out mask from him with a buffinish bow. Then he passed it to Semyon, who was already rubbing his hands in anticipation. I looked around the pine woods as if waiting for help, as if the shadows that writhed right around us would take pity on me and take my side. Branches looked like arms twisted in unusual angles. Blackened bark was there. Charred skin and the darkness was the smoke they produced. I can't run, won't get away. They'll catch me. And then,
только учти, Сёма,
let me warn you, Sioma.
если он скакать
If
не
he doesn't
станет,
hop,
ты сам
you'll
за
take
него
his
поставишь.
place. Got it?
Этот
This piece of
чмошник,
shit
да
won't.
погляди на
Just
него,
look at
он
him.
же
He's a total
дурик.
loony.
Этот дурик.
This loony
Тебе
had
уже
already
раз в
smacked you in the
жбан
face.
Ромка прав.
Ramka, right?
Давай, толстый.
Come on, fatso.
Восстанавливай
Assert your fucking dominance.
авторитетно.
Или сам у нас запрыгаешь, так что Титян рад
Aubrey, I
ценится.
appreciate the media shower. Appreciate you for tuning in. How your night going? I appreciate you. Or we'll make you hop so hard your pig tits will fall off. What? He must indeed be scared of Ramka. Semyon swore silently and glared at me.
Вот,
Here,
это чтобы
it'll
маска
fit you better
хорошая.
this way. Ew, he spit on it? Nah, bro. Riot, what's up, Riot? Appreciate you for tuning in. How your night going? He spit on it? Ugh. Nah, don't put that on, bro. He wildin', bro. Nah, he wildin', bro. He hurled a huge ball of spit on the inside of the plastic bunny face and put it close to me. Bro, no. His spit looked like a squash spider. Ramka's face twisted. He spasmed out like a beast, like he wanted to tell Semyon something, but then he suddenly stopped. Semyon was still close by with a disgusting smirk on his face and a terrible smell coming from his mouth.
Надевай,
Put it on
дурак.
fast. You know, they came in because I was walking around with a flashlight late at night. I can't look like sham for you. Exo doll, you got it.
А ты урою.
Or you're dead. The mask almost looked even more disgusting now yet, despite everything. I was walking around with a flashlight at night. Last night. Huh? Huh? Oh, when I heard the door, yeah. Oh, wait. Hold on. Don't go nowhere, Aubrey. Don't go nowhere. Peep the camera, though. Peep the camera. Look at my son. Yo, peep my son, though. Why he trying to aura for him? I got you. Why he trying to aura for him? I got you. I'll send it to you after my stream. I got you, twin. I feel like it was a chance for salvation. It could become my second skin if only I was to put it on. If only my face was to touch its bumpy surface. I'm sure the fur will glitter. The ears will tremble like they're alive. I appreciate the well diving, Aubrey. I appreciate you. Yo, we're whoa. Yo, we just went to number 22 in gaming. Aubrey, I appreciate the fireworks, Aubrey. I appreciate you. I need to put it on, and Simeon and his friends will be gone forever. Don't put it on with the spit on there. Nah, we not putting it on with the spit on there, bro. Put it on or tell him to fuck off, bro. We're not putting it on with the spit on there. Aubrey, I appreciate the swan, Aubrey, and the fireworks. I appreciate you. We're not putting it on with the spit on there, bro. Nah, like, I ain't gonna lie, bro. We can't put it on with the spit on there. That's crazy. Like, that's crazy, bro. We not putting that shit on. For some reason, Ronka's disappointment with Semyon made me feel brave. I appreciate the two corgis, Aubrey. Yo, Exodoll. What, bro? Exodoll fries, bro. What are we talking about, bro? Something was wrong in their crew. Some old disagreement. I should cut this old wound open. I need to get into their heads, right into their skulls, their warm brains.
Знаешь что, Семен?
I appreciate 2 DJ glasses, Aubrey. I appreciate you. You know what, Semyon? My own voice, smooth and determined, was a huge surprise. I stepped forward and calmly proclaimed,
Иди нахуй.
fuck off. It felt like the whole world was paused for a second and then unpaused right away. Semyon's pupils widened, the mask fell out of his meaty hands. I appreciate the 6-hat mustache, Aubrey. I appreciate you. He took a while to process my words. Looking stunned as if he was trying to solve a difficult math problem, but the answer he got made him mad, judging by the bulging veins on his forehead. The others just observed the scene silently, waiting for the inevitable payback. You're dead. His voice tore off icy crust from the nearby branches. It rained down with a melodic laugh, and then I heard whispers from the treetops, from the holes in the ground, from animals' lairs, as if Alyssa was in one of the snow piles, like a prompter in his booth, trying to get through to him. With no sign of fear, rather with a tinge of playful rage. That's how this low hum sounded to me. I stared into the clearing between the trees. An orange spot flashed there. A fox, an absolutely regular fox, stepped out of the bushes. Is that Alyssa? I blinked in bewilderment. I appreciate the corgi. The animal fell on its tummy and was staring back at me with its burning eyes. Its furry tail was sweeping snow left and right, raising the white powder. Look at me, bitch. I was still looking past him and the fox that was smiling at me. She grinned with all her teeth while digging a hole in the snow pile, moving her paws as if dancing. Appreciate hand hearts, Aubrey. You feel like a furry? What do you mean, Jill? Aubrey, I appreciate you. Her sharp face was covered in snow. Her whiskers were trembling. The fox put her face to the ground, shining platters of her eyes filled up with a liquid silver. Returned my gaze to Semyon's twisted face. He was growling somewhat unintelligible. How y'all say that? He was growling something unintelligible. Okay, unintelligible. The fox backpedaled and disappeared into the darkness, and the forest breathed at me, whispering, "Tell the pig to shut up." I slapped my own cheek to chase away the unfamiliar voice, but the message still lingered in my subconscious. The hint was my chance. I stared intensely at Semyon's nose. He was almost oinking from anger. I directed my words at him.
Заткнись,
Shut up, pig.
свинья.
Semyon looked paralyzed, as if the medium, Alan Chuckmake, hypnotized him, stripped him of his will. I felt like I pulled a card from some greasy deck and it turned out to be a trump. Ooh, okay, you got that trump card. I appreciate the heart, me, Aubrey. My brain was at its limit. Polina's words about Semyon getting worse since he moved here flashed in front of my eyes like subtitles in a movie. All the pieces fell in place. My joker went flying into his pimply face. I was speaking slow on purpose, dragging out every syllable.
Есть у меня подозрение.
I suspect that you
Ты
had
не
a
просто
reason to
так
transfer to
перевелся
another
в
school.
новую. Сбежал,
You
да?
fled, right? Fled like a
Как
rat?
крыса сбежал.
Anton, you might be the
Потому что
villain.
сверстники бывают жестокими. С
Because
теми,
kids can be cruel
кто
with
не
those
такой,
who
как
are
они.
different.
С теми, кто толще
Who's
их,
fatter or
например,
weaker than them.
слабее. И ты решил издеваться
So you
над
decide to
другими,
bully others
как
just like they
издевались
bullied you.
над тобой.
Anton reading him. I saw Semyon's Adam's apple twitch like it was a pump action rifle getting reloaded.
Ты отыгрываешься
You're trying to
за
get
старые
payback for the
обиды.
old wounds.
Хочешь
You
казаться
want to
тем,
pretend
кем
that
не
you're
являешься.
different now.
Но знаешь,
But you know what?
ничего не
Nothing changes
меняется
out
по
at the snap of a
щелчку
finger.
пальца.
Facts.
Знаешь, кем
Should I
ты
tell
был?
you who you were? The force held his breath, listening fascination.
Знаешь, кто ты есть?
Should I tell you who you still are? Guys,
Пацан, всё как...
Bayasha was about to come to his friend's aid, but Rumka stopped him and whipping out his controlling look. Bayasha turned around and put his hands in his pocket.
Продолжай,
Go on,
Тоха.
Toha. Rumka's words ricocheted from the rough trunks.
Знаешь, кем
Should
ты
I tell you
будешь
who you
всегда?
will always be? Semyon looked around helplessly.
Второе имя,
Your second name, the
настоящее
true
имя,
name that your
которое
classmates
дали
gave
тебе
you.
Откуда?
Why do you... Rumka and Bayasha looked at Semyon like he was their prey now. I even thought I saw them lick their parched lips. The wind was also full of anticipation, dragging my scattered textbooks across the road.
Свинья!
A pig. My thunderous scream echoed through the forest. Trees and ravines enjoyed it. The echo repeated it over and over, doubling, even tripling it. Ramka grinned with all his teeth. Semyon's hands fell into his sides. He was on the brink of crying, and I used this to my advantage. Ooh! I threw the strongest punch I could muster. Aubrey, I appreciate the 10 donuts. I appreciate you. If it was much stronger than the one in school. I ran my fist into his scared face and produced a cracking sound. His pimply cheek danced like jelly under my fist. Semyon let out a sigh and plopped on the icy road. He was touching the place where I hit him, still oblivious to what just happened and how did it come to this. After looking at him for a while, I realized I was smiling. This nigga turned into the villain. Look at him. Yo, my boy Anton turned into a demon. Yo. Fatso returned to his senses and threw himself at me, his face twisted with anger. But I dodged his charge quite easily after the great practice I had with Elisa. What, he falling shit? He fell into the snow and landed right in a pile of dog feces. This made him squeal in agony. Wow.
Ай, красава, Тоха!
Attaboy, Toha.
Думал, ты
I thought you were a
того,
wimp,
как
but you've
жердяй
given the
делал.
fatso a good whooping. Semyon started sobbing after he realized the direness of his situation. Fuck. What will I say to my grandma? She'll kill me when she sees this. What are you whining about? Get your head out of your ass. Semyon's futile attempt of cleaning his coat caused a fit of giddiness from Bayasha. I also smiled, angrily twisted my lips. Haha, lucky fucker, eh?
А ну вставай, скачи, как
Oh, hell
зайчик.
no. Hey, get up and hop like a bunny.
Только желательно
Just stay away
подальше,
from
а
us,
то
you
от
stink
тебя
of
уже-
shit.
Фу!
Ew. Oink. Fuck you guys. His eyes red from tears. Stopped on me. Stopped on me? I didn't even have the time to erase the smile from my face when Semyon lunged at me like a hawk and clawed at my face like his twisted fingers with gnawed fingernails. I threw a kick towards the layer of fat under the coat. At the same moment, the world became fuzzy. The black trees and faces of the classmates all blurred.
А чё на это
How
скажешь,
do you like
сука?
that, bitch? He threw up a hand holding my glasses. Victoriously. He took his glasses off his face, bro. How he let him do that, though? But his triumph was short-lived. Two blurry silhouettes rushed forward. Selma's former friends. I heard the familiar sounds of someone being slapped around. This is against the rules, asswipe.
А ну гони, лезь
Get back the
назад.
oculars now.
Дерись по понятиям.
Fight like a fucking man, eh? Oh, they start beating him up. They start beating him up because he want to take off my glasses and cheat. Judging from Semyon sighing and grumbling, he didn't agree with his friend's terms. What the fuck?
Ой,
Ouch,
бля.
ow.
На лоха
Betraying me
подобного
for this
меня
piece of shit?
променяли.
Ow, ow, ow.
Да пошли вы в
Fuck you, are you
жопу,
even friends
тоже мне
anymore?
друзья.
Ugh. A huge figure tumbling in the snow barely managed to break out from the rain of punches and ran for the hills, dissolving into the twilights.
Завтра в школе
We'll
тебя
get you at school tomorrow,
выцепим,
Porky.
хрюндель.
Точно, точно!
That's right.
За базар
You'll answer for this, eh?
Горло
I'll
тебе
cut your throat, you
перережу,
hear me?
слышь?
Ramka and Basha started throwing pieces of ice at the fleeing Semyon, but then switched to hurling mockery. Porky! The snow rustled. Two boys clearly out of breath approached me. I was finally able to make out their faces clearly.
Мои очки.
My glasses.
Блин.
Ramka cursed under his breath.
Гандон
The fucker
этот
got them.
Зато мы ему
At least we whipped his
вцепили
ass real
одну
good,
стыну.
eh?
Завтра вот
He'll come to
с
school
таким
with a
фузелом
with a
придётся
shiner
отвечать.
in his this big. Basha letting out a throaty laugh. Hyenas in the Lion King would envy a laugh like
Ну и
that.
дела.
Oh boy.
Тоха,
Can you
ты
see
без
without your
очков,
glasses,
что ты?
Tosha?
Немного.
Yo, we're about to have to walk home in the dark with no glasses. They're bugging. A little bit. A hand holding a red rectangle protruded from the mist. Ramka was offering me a cigarette. What the fuck?
Угощайся.
My treat. I squinted trying to make out the brand, even though I don't know anything about cigarettes. We're not smoking that shit. I haven't smoked yet, and I didn't really want to start. I wonder if they'll keep hanging out with me, or if I won't adopt other habits. After a moment of hesitation, I shook my head.
Спортсмен, что ли?
Into sports, huh?
А ты в глаза
Are you
долбишь?
blind or
Не
something?
видел, как он Семёна
Did you see
чёртов
how he
мазал?
thrashed Semyon?
Да базар
Real deal
он,
Mortal
может,
fucking
тут
Kombat.
опытно. Тоха, у нас Рокки
Toha
Бальбоа.
here is Rocky Balboa.
Тогда уж и вам
More
драка.
like Ivan Drago. Yo, they know Pete.
Курим одну на двоих.
Let's
гони
put
же.
this one. Give me a light. Ramka pulled out a cigarette with his lips, and Bayasha scrambled to find a lighter inside his pocket.
Тоха,
So, Toha, back
Чё
to what I
сказать
was saying.
не держи
Don't be
зла,
mad, bro.
я тебя на
We were
вшивость
just
проверю.
testing you. I mean,
А
your
то
glasses
очки
and this
эти
mask. Bayasha lit a giant Tbilisi, and Ramka smashed his lips, taking a long puff of the cigarette.
кстати,
I'm
Ромка
Ramka, by the way. He squeezed my hand so hard that my fingers hurt. His palms full of dry, torn bushes implied that he wasn't wearing a tracksuit for
Это вот
nothing.
Бяша.
And this is Biasha.
Ты не очкуй.
Don't worry,
Со
we'll have a
свиньями
talk
ли-
with Porky. He let a cloud of smoke in my face, which instantly made me cough.
Ага.
Yeah,
Пойду пока сумку.
I go gather my stuff. It's getting dark. I bowed to pick up my stuff, empty backpack, and look for its content, hoping that my new buddies would disappear when I turn around. But they just stood there passing a cigarette back and forth. Two silhouettes with a small light wandering between them, with the pine chunks as the background. They were waiting for me to finish picking up my textbooks while whispering something to each other. Ramka was the only one talking most of the time, though. Bayasha was just constantly sniffing with his running nose and mumbling in agreements. At the moment, I saw the old battered bunny mask from paper mache among the snow-covered notebooks. Ew, is that like maggots and stuff on there? What is that? It's that empty eye socket could be filled with anything, with any eyes, but this mask looked like it only wanted mine. Where did it come from and why was it in my backpack? I picked it up with the utmost care as if it could bite off my fingers at any moment. It was just a carnival mask with a frozen spit on it on the inside. Ew. Still, something felt wrong about it. Something was writhing inside of it, underneath the layer of old newspaper. I could hear thousands of tiny bodies rustled in the trembling fur. Something was trying to chew its way out. Maggots.
Готов, Тоха?
You ready, Toha? Ramka's voice pulled me out of my... Is this them standing right there? Ramka's voice pulled me out of my nightmarish delusion, and I threw the mask away in horror. Somewhere I won't be able to see it anymore. My innards were twisted from disgust, but I stood up, trying not to show it. Whether those maggots were real or just one of my delusions, I don't care. All of this was too much for a single day. I want to get home as soon as possible.
Ладно,
Right,
пацаны,
guys, I need to
до
go.
свидания.
See ya. I held up my hand towards the two silhouettes to say goodbye. A couple of dark, thin lines trembled in front of me. They stood without moving, as if studying me.
С кедрами закорешиться
He
решил.
decided to buddy up with a cedar.
Мы здесь
We're
вообще.
over here. I realized that Ramka's voice was coming from behind and turned around and
Деревья
embarrassed.
хреновые,
Trees
кенты.
make for shit buddies.
Ты не ссы.
Relax, we'll
Мы
escort you
тебя до
home.
дома
You're as
доведем,
blind
а
as a
тут-
newborn kitten. Without us, you'll end up dead around here. A cigarette butt hit against a stump with a flurry of sparks and started sizzling in the snow near my feet. The boys let out a strained laugh and took me by their arms. When we were leaving the clearing, I turned around in hopes to see Elisa, or at least some orange dot. What if? But I only saw a rumbling tractor that was creeping out from the corner. A tractor? They got a tractor out here, son? Who that? Who is that? So nobody gonna ask who that is standing back there? We were going alongside a still fire road in silence. The silence felt oppressing, coupled with the lack of vision, so I
почему
spoke.
тебя Бяша зовут?
Why do they call you Biasha? The Buryak kid just smirked and replied, "Cause I'm a wolf in sheep clothing, eh? Bullshit.
Пургу гнать, это
Fucking
он
around
умеет.
is what he does
А
best.
звать его так, потому
He's
что
got his
блеет,
nickname
как овца.
because he blitz like a sheep.
Все после того, как из черного гаража живым выбрался.
It started after he returned alive from the black garage. By his face contorted as those words, I could see it even through the veil of blindness. He swayed and started mumbling something unintelligible.
Видишь?
Bro, what? Your live is flagged for hate speech and blah blah. Bro, oh my, bro. What, bro? TikTok be on that BS. What, bro? See?
С ним так всегда.
Happens every
как об этой
time
херне
someone brings it
заговоришь.
up.
Ты сейчас о чем?
What are you talking about? Yo, Dino, I appreciate the harmony, by the way, Dino.
Ты серьезно про эту страшилку?
Did you really not hear about the horror
На
story?
черной улице.
On one pitch black street?
Черный,
In a
черный
pitch black
кот
alleyway?
стоит,
There's a
черный
pitch
бичок,
black
и
garage.
он знает
It
о
knows
тебе
everything
всё.
about you. W Dino. Yeah, nah, lies. It's probably because I said the F word. Yeah. It happens. It's because like I was just reading, I was so locked in reading, like I didn't even think like, oh shit, let me not say that word, because obviously it's a bad word. Like I know, but I'm like, I'm not thinking nothing of it. I'm like, bro, we reading a story, like so I'm gonna read it because shit, we reading a story. It knows everything about you,
Где ты живешь?
where you live, what you like, who you are, friends with.
Наверняка слышал о пропавших
I'm sure you
детях.
heard what about the missing kids.
Это тут не первый год происходит.
This has been going on for a while
Все
here.
местные
The
знают,
local
кто
folk
здесь
know
замешан.
who's behind all of it,
Даже взрослые.
even the adults.
Вообще, везет
You've got
тебе?
lucky you
Ты
live
вон
right on the
лысый,
edge of the
он к
forest.
тебе так
This
просто
thing
не
won't come
сунется.
there without a good
Тупо
reason.
сечет, что среди
It knows
деревьев
that
будет
it looks too
выделяться.
foreign amongst the
А у нас
trees.
эта хрень
While in our
может
area, the
где
piece of
угодно
crap can't
приживаться.
hide anywhere, be
Иногда
at
в конце
the end of an alleyway or
возле
near your
этого
house.
ещё
Also,
идёшь такой
you'll be
себе
just
ночью.
what?
Тут
You'll be
раз,
just going somewhere at night and
он
bam,
стоит.
you'll see it in
Где
some
совсем
place
недавно
that
пусто
was
было.
empty just a while
Дверь
ago.
открыта.
Its doors open
Внутри
pitch dark
мрак.
inside.
И тут как?
And then Bayasha pulled his cape over his head and started howling on her. What's wrong with it? Shut his ass up! On a high trembling note trying to silence Ramka.
Ладно, ладно,
Fine,
проехали.
forget it. It's scary ass. I was trying to process Ramka's story, but I couldn't figure out what to think of it. During the short time I've been in this snow-laden village, I realized one thing. A lot of people here have had some sort of experience with something they couldn't explain. I looked at Biasha, who was pit-pattering at the side. Tell me, Toha, why the hell did you move here? I heaved a deep sigh while looking at my feet. Somewhere down below, the tips of my boots scooped up fog. I spoke words that I recited countless times. Dad has a new job here,
И мама в поселке
and my
раньше
mom
жила,
used to live
давно
here,
еще при
back in the
Союзе.
Soviet days.
Здесь
There's
же
nothing to do
ничего
here but
делать,
rot
ну,
away,
или как
or well, like
Бяша
Biasha
по
here,
лесам
wander
шастать.
around the forest. Biasha fearfully showed his face from under his hood, like a snail crawling out of its shell, and it listened and listened
Он у
in.
нас турист.
He's a camper, see?
Летом целую
Spent the
неделю
whole
в
week in a
палатке
tent
жил.
last summer,
Здесь, рядом.
here nearby.
Прикинь?
Cool shit, right?
Хотя...
I mean, with a cozy old woman like his, I'd
also...
also flee to the forest. We kept on going, but it felt like it was just a forest that was sliding by. Pines were the black keys at the space between them and the white ones. Why did music switch up like that? Why did music switch up like that? The thicket was playing its old creaky melody, the melody of roots, bare caves, and forgotten taiga skeets. Snowflakes flew around, creating a disturbing illusion that somebody was wandering in the forest. Somebody tall, unnoticeable, ready to camouflage as a tree or a snow pile. And then when nobody paid attention anymore, they just continued to move along the road. But I was just a trick of the light. It was just a trick of the light. There was no one there. At least I wanted to think that. Ramka suddenly stopped and said,
Слышите?
"Hear that?
В лесу кто-то бродит.
Someone is snooping around the forest." The skin under my clothes started itching. My stomach started aching. We looked the way Ramka was pointing. Really tall, matching our speed. There were no tall silhouettes behind the mast of pines. Just shadows creeping in the semi-dark. Slow shadows, fast shadows, hungry shadows. The snow that fell silently from the branch made me shiver and bite into my lip, as if something huge lifted off the tree and flew away, maybe even towards us. Ramka picked up a pine cone from the ground and threw it into the thicket.
Эй!
Hey! His shout ricocheted as if it hit a tightly sprung drum. The echo mocked Ramka, then the silence reigned again.
Кто-нибудь видел?
Did you see that? I shook my head. The only thing I could see were the vertical strokes of trees, the darkness of snow, the hazy silhouettes of my companions. I remember the rough textured trunks, the spongy lichen, and icy bits of the bottom of the ravines.
Пойдемте скорее.
Let's move faster, the sun is setting. I was again grabbed by the elbows and dragged along, towards the forest, towards the pointy spires of branches. The sun had finally sunk behind the green peaks. The darkness spread its shoulders and started spreading like smoke. It started snowing thick, sticky flakes, white flies, following the scent of dead meat. My vision had become a small island, awash by dark waters. I was grasped by the same worrying feeling I had in the morning. I felt that somewhere far away at the edge of my comprehension, I heard a very calm and silent flute playing. The sound was fragile like ice and marsh above the dormant waters of bottomless lake. I scraped inside of my ears with my fingers to get rid of the auditory hallucination. The forest was silent. I imagined a child walking at night under the watchful eyes of
А вы
ponds.
знали Вову
Did you
Матюхина?
know Vova Metsikin?
Мальчика, который
The
пропал
boy who
недавно.
went missing recently?
А разве мы не его ищем, сладкий?
We weren't looking for him, sweetie. I shuddered and stopped, staring at the person who was guiding me. At Alyssa in her unchanging fox mask. The girl was gently holding my elbow.
здесь?
What? Why are
А
you?
ведь я тебя
I lost sight of you.
потерял.
You did because you were careless. I squinted in
И
suspicion.
давно ты за нами
How long were you
идешь?
following us?
Что значит
What did you
давно?
mean how long? I was
Я
always by
всегда
your
была
side.
рядом. Да и за кем?
I was always by your
За
side,
вами.
and who was us? She was always by our side the whole time. We bring up us. She said, who was us? This little nigga hallucinating, bro. The forest, the mess, something got him hallucinating, twin. Something got him hallucinating. Cause what? Stunned, I looked around but couldn't find Roma and Bayasha, and then I felt her cold fingers on my wrist.
Пойдёмте.
Let's go.
Мы собирались
We were going to look for
искать
Vova. What the fuck? Without a chance to catch my breath, she started dragging me along through the forest. I was enveloped by the smell of tangerines, coffee, and firecrackers. I felt like I was a small kid again, being led into the unknown. I saw the dark silhouettes of trees ahead. The bushes, hedgehogs were wary, showing us their spikes. Something rectangular appeared in our way like a small box. I became petrified. I touched the edge of my eye, pulling back to the eyelid as if I was trying to correct my vision. A garage made of metal rose right from the wind wall. The black garage. They're talking about the black garage. That's it right there. Yo, where Dino at? Yo, to Dino and Smiley or whoever that was like, yo, go with Fox Shorty. We went with Fox Shorty, now she got us at the black garage and shit. She got us at the black garage and shit. If we get boomed, it's because of your ass. If we get boomed, it's because of your ass. Because what? Now you got me messing with Fox Shorty. A garage made of metal rose up right from the windfall. It was big, no, huge, impossible to move without special equipment. Its walls were painted black, even blacker than the darkness around us. The fox sniffed around and seemed like her mask twisted in disgust.
Это здесь.
I'm doing the booming? Oh, I don't get caught lacking shit. I'ma try, nigga. This is the place. The worried voice of my companion scared me even more than this terrifying metal box. Here,
Я слышу
I can
его
smell
запах.
him.
Может,
Maybe
он
Vova is playing hide and seek with us,
прятки,
and he decided to
и
hide
он решил внутри.
inside. Don't go in there. I feel like I saw smoke from tentacles that split off the garage, searching for something in the wilted leaves. These tentacles slithered along the snowy blanket, getting close to our feet, and there was a scary screeching sound coming from the other side of the huge black metal gates. Somebody or something definitely waited for us inside. Knock. Knock. Oh my gosh. What's up, buddy baby? Appreciate you for tuning in. How's your Thursday? Or how your night going? Hope you've been good. We're knocking. I thought that my nervous movement were similar to that of a marionette dangling in the hands of a puppeteer. I stepped towards the garage holding my breath. Please, bro. I'm doing good. Appreciate you for asking. And gave the sheet metal door a small knock with my knuckles. And then jumped back. I heard rusty meat hooks jingle on thick metal chains, awakening someone huge who crawled to open the black gates. Nothing happened. My heart was racing. Look at Shorty behind me to the left. Still nothing. Knock, knock. I hesitated, turning my back to the garage, so I took a couple of slow steps back. Run, I heard a weak, scared voice resounds in my head. Stumbled all over the place, I still rushed into the night that was swarming with shadows. I ran behind the crooked trunk of a pine, sure that Elisa was by my side. But after that moment had passed, I realized that the girl was nowhere to be found. The forest was mumbling in ancient chants, squeaking, ticking, rustling. I froze. I didn't know how much time had passed before I realized that I was standing in complete darkness in a circle of trees that were shooting up their trunks high into the sky. Everything around me moved, trembled. My ears went numb from all the rustling. The treetops melted into the darkness of the cosmos. The bushes became empty cells whose occupants were suddenly set free. It felt like a clawed fang could fly out of the darkness into my stunned face at any moment. I heard a scream somewhere far away.
Антон!
Anton! Someone was looking for me, just like that boy who went missing. Tears stung my eyes. A big drop fell from my lashes.
Антон!
Anton! The scream was closer now for a moment. I didn't even believe that I was able to be saved. I even believed that I was able to be saved.
Я здесь!
I'm here! It's a skinwalker. It's a skinwalker. It's a skinwalker. One of the trees moved. It wasn't Ramka, nor was it Bayasha. An adult, tall, with long arms. Help me! Many shadows that looked like dogs snuck around behind his back, but those beasts were much larger than Zolka. The force was dormant no longer. No longer it hid its face behind the fake mask. It stood still like a deer pierced by the lights of an incoming truck, and the beast all stared at me. In this semi-dark without my glasses, I could see very little, but it was still more than enough for me to freeze in terror. A foul smell of animal piss and wet fur enveloped the clearing when the creepy procession with the giant at its head moved towards me. My legs gave way because of fear, and I fell to my knees into the snow. It looked like I was praying, yo, y'all, expect jump scare. Expect jump scare. I was praying to that figure, to the trees, to the darkness. I didn't dare lift my eyes, so when he got close, showering me with his stench, for a moment I thought that his legs were covering in gray fur. Aubrey, I appreciate 2 money guns, Aubrey, I appreciate you. I shut my eyes so tight that the red circles started dancing on the inside of my eyelids. Yo, y'all ever did that? Y'all ever did that? I don't want to look, but I could still hear everything. His breath was akin to sandpaper that was scratching at my ears. Is this like Bigfoot or something? I appreciate 13 donuts, Aubrey. I appreciate you. Is this like Bigfoot, y'all? His voice was deep, hoarse. No, it wasn't a voice, a roar. We're dead, bro. I finished my grandma's chant out of the pool of my memory. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Мертвик.
I got his tension roaring in reply. Words could never protect against claws and fangs. I was helpless, and then I've heard a familiar, sweet voice nearby.
Уже
Come on, do it. Get a taste of him.
Не надо!
No. Something hot slid across my throat like a meaty, sticky rope. Someone's tongue. I told you, Master. He's our bunny.
Позаботься о нем.
Please take good care of him. From the narrow embrasures of barely lifted eyelids I covered by my trembling fingers, I watched a horrifying silhouette tower over me. I was taking in the smell of kennels, compost, pits, and moss. In front of me stood a scary horned beast with the presence of a monarch. His posture told me of his electrifying nobleness. His horn supported the clouds, and his popped out lucamos pierced my ready-to-pop eyes with a thorny stare. His hands were full of gifts. Candy fell to the snow, sparkling with this fancy wrapper, silvery pack of chocolate bars and Chupa Chups sticking out from a pile of snow with its plastic stick. Forest Master, for you! Candy rained at my feet. A doll fell nearby, and then it started raining toys. A spinning toy, a teddy bear with a torn up nose, red-headed Kausan with a propeller, without a propeller, a tiny toy soldier with a flag, a firefighter with a truck, a crop dust plane. The toys weren't covered in blood, but my imagination was painting them with red spots and crimson leaks all on its own. The horned shadow of the beast moved over the treasures that once belonged to unknown kids. Take. Okay. Hairy hands reached into surrounding darkness, took out a mangy bunny mask that was haunting me, and forcefully pulled it over my face. Bunny. The shadows of beasts around us slowly, graciously stood up on their rare legs, and then light hit my face, shattering the monster's figure in two. I put up my hand to protect myself. Flashlight's ray slid down.
Антон!
Dad, Anton,
Вот ты где.
there you are.
Ты совсем
Are you
сдурел?
out of your mind?
Это вообще
What the
как
hell is
понимать?
this all about? I was staring at my dad, completely stunned into the space where the monster was just a moment ago. The clearing was enveloped in darkness again, but I could still barely make out the outlines of the toys and candy in the snow. And I'm sure if I was brave enough to get close to the bushes, I'd find animal prints there.
Язык проглотил.
Cat got your tongue?
Одноклассники
Your
твои к
classmates
нам пришли.
came to us.
Сказали,
They
ты
said
сбежал от
you
них
ran
в
away
лес,
from them
самую
deep
чащу
into the
и-
forest. Okay. I'm knowing, y'all. The forest plays tricks on you. The forest is haunted. The forest it's the forest. The forest makes you see shit and do shit. It gotta be the forest, bro. It gotta be the forest. Ain't no way it's not the forest, twin. Ain't no way it's not the forest. They said that you had ran away from them deep into the forest, and what the hell are you wearing? I pulled the mask down from my sweaty face and threw it into a heap of snow. A heap of toys. Branches cracked in the distance. I pulled myself into my father's chest, engulfed him by fear, and he started looking around, alerted, and spoke in a tone of voice that was so much more nervous. Okay, let's get out of here.
Мать узнает.
If your
такое
mother learns
нагоняй
of
нам
this,
устроит,
she'll be
мало
so
не
mad at us
покажется.
that we'll never forget this day. I reached out for my father, still feeling chilling embrace of fear. I grabbed his firm hand, felt his quick pulse with my fingertips, then stood up and wobbled along behind my father, following his barely discernible footprints. Back to civilization, back to light, back to the road where my dad parked his
Чтобы
car.
дома ни слова,
And not a
ясно?
word about this at home. Got it?
Ни единого
Don't even
намека, где
hint
я
at where
тебя
I found you. All right, Dad. He was holding my hand as if it was the most precious thing in the world, and kept telling me how afraid he is to lose me or Olga or Olya. But it wasn't that. that sticky like an animal tongue fear. His fear was noble, crystal clear diamond, and it just nodded in reply and kept moving my feet. And then I heard a familiar voice coming from behind me.
Помни,
Remember,
пока ты
as
со
long as
мной,
you're with me, nobody will lay a finger on
то
you.
тебя
The car sped towards our house. There was something there. I ain't see it. If it was eyes, I seen it. I pressed my cheek against the window and saw a short building amongst the trees, a shack darker than the night. The garage that was hidden inside the thicket, a crypt made of metal. It almost felt like it was following us. A moment passed and the building disappeared around the corner. I gulped down my dolor. Yeah, now this art is peak Crimson. I fuck with it. And the white snowflakes just kept dancing in the starry night. Are we back to the crib? We made it back home. W dad, I'm not gonna lie. Dad came in by himself and saved us. W. Mom, look what the cat dragged in. Mom was going down the steps, piercing dad with her trademark glare. Her face showed something between wrath and condensation? I'm saying that. I'm definitely saying that shit wrong. Somebody help get your boy right. Condensation? Is that how you say it? Suddenly her gaze shifted to me and stayed for a dangerously long time.
Так, я не поняла.
Mom, hey, what's this?
Антон,
Where are your glasses,
а где
Anton?
очки?
Did you lose them?
Да в школе поди
This
забыл.
dummy
просто
probably
тебе.
just forgot them at school. A venomous pause followed.
Весь в тебя.
He's your son, all right? Dad glared at Mom and then mischievously winked at me, reminding me of our deal.
Ну ничего,
Well,
есть
we
же
have spare
запасные.
glasses, so
Проживем
we'll manage
как-нибудь.
somehow. Facts. My parents stood in silence a bit longer, and then both of them went to mind their own business. Oya threw herself into my arms before I could even take off my coat.
А я лису видела!
I saw a fox. Surprise akin to a shotgun blast. I could only flap my lips in reply. A cup shattered into many little pieces with a loud what did it say? With a loud bang? With a loud thang. Okay. My mom let it fall from her hands. Her face was pale and her eyes were glued to the ground. This pause, just a split second, felt like an eternity. Then my mom spoke with disappointment. First it was an owl and now it's a fox. Will you ever get tired of this?
Правда, правда!
But it's true.
Такая пушистая!
She was so fluffy.
Она у забора стояла на задних лапах, совсем как человек.
He stood on her back legs near the hedge, just like a person.
Она меня позвала, а тут мама вышла, и лиса убежала.
The fox called my name, but then Mom came and she fled.
Не было там никакой лисы.
So she could see the fox too?
Не выдумывай.
Laz, I appreciate GG, Laz. Stop making things up.
Не подходи к ней.
Don't go near her. If it was necessary, I was ready to shake my sister's as if she was a doll made of cloth.
Ты чего, Тоша?
What's wrong, Tosha?
Не подходи, слышишь?
Don't go, you hear me? Mom entered the hallway and gave me a surprised look. I hesitated.
Ну, лиса ведь
Well, a
укусить
fox will
может.
bite you. I remembered fairy tales where foxes used to kidnap children. I imagined Maya Lisa liberated carnivores running through the night forest with a dangling sack in her hands. Pause. Cause, huh?
Это ж была не настоящая
It
лиса.
wasn't a real fox.
Расскажи ему, Оля.
Tell him, Oya.
Она на двух
She stood on
ногах
two legs and
ходила,
she wore a
ещё
dress.
была в платье одета. Только она была
And she was real.
взаправду.
Видишь?
See, Mom showed us a tired smile as if it was the only explanation needed. I also forced myself to smile. My smile was like a thin piece of soap right before it dissolves completely on your palm. But when I was left alone with my sister, I whispered,
Еще раз увидишь ее.
if you see her again, run. Thoughts of the forest beast bombarded me like a rain of candy and toys. There was a hairy silhouette standing in front of me, towering over the treetops. Who was he? What happened in that forest? What's happening to me? I shut my eyes and threw the vitamins in my mouth, washed them down with some water. Please stop driving me mad, please. I barely managed to force myself to do homework, but those math problems just refused to be solved. Numbers in my notebook stumbled around and mixed in a whirling dance, sometimes running over the lines. My head became heavy from that pandemonium, and I almost dropped it into that chain of numbers. My eyelids felt like there were tiny weights tied to them, the type used in grocery stores. And right at the moment I surrendered and closed my notebook, the memories of my day started flashing before my eyes. I was in the middle. At the moment I surrendered and closed my notebook, the memories of my day started flashing before my eyes. I was in the middle of... Are we back? Are we back? Because I don't know what TikTok was on. TikTok was on some straight bullshit, talking about I was getting disconnected. Yeah, like, TikTok talking about disconnecting, live disconnected, couldn't connect. Please try and reconnect now. Like, what? Like, it's still playing the audio. Why is it doing that? Are y'all hearing this shit? Do y'all hear this shit too? This, like, I'm exiting out of it and it's still popping up. Alright. I can see the literature classroom from here. The faces of dead classical writers on their portraits. The prim and regal pose of our homeroom teacher, Lilia Pavlovna. And around that corner was her daughter, Katya, a snitch and a gossip, eagerly waiting for me. Hey, transfer student, transfer student.
Чего тебе,
What do you
Кать?
want, Katya? She got on her tiptoes and started swaying while holding her hands behind her back, and then she asked me with a fake smile on her face,
Скажи, пожалуйста.
can I ask you something? Why did you get transferred here? I might have told the truth about this to Polina, but Katya will sell it on the market for 3 kopikas. It would be the same as printing all my thoughts and hanging them near Volva's picture for everyone to see. So I reverted to an answer I knew by heart.
Это все из-за моих родителей.
It's all because of my parents.
У папы тут новая
Dad has a new
работа,
job here,
а
and my
мама-
mom. But Katya didn't even listen to me, just rushed towards and perked up ears of her friends, whispered something while stealing a glance at me and giggling. Yeah, right.
У нас тут совсем за
He takes us all for
дурачков,
fools.
я вот
I've heard it
слыхала,
all
что
because
это
of his
Сеско
father.
недавно
He
кому-то
crossed the
крутому
road of
дорогу
some big
перешел,
shot, and now
и
his
теперь
family's
они
hiding
всей
in our
своей
remote little
семейкой
village.
Неправда! Ты все врешь!
W 3-day weekend. That's not true. You're lying.
А слышали,
And did you
какой
hear how
Барбарина
he
просто
hit
так
Barbarin
снюхнул?
out of the blue?
Это каким
What
надо
kind of
быть
freak must you
уродом,
be to be
чтобы
start
в
bullying
первый
your
же
classmates
день
from day one?
одноклассникам измываться?
We gotta watch out for her. Girls like her in school, bro. She switch every story and she gossip about everything. We gotta watch out about her ass, Anton. No bullshit, bro. No bullshit.
Прекрати! Ты
Stop.
же
You
знаешь,
know
он
he started it.
И будто этого мало.
And if that wasn't enough, there are rumors that he's hanging out with delinquents from Romka and Pyatifen's gang. Be careful with your bags, girls. I wouldn't be surprised if things start disappearing from our wardrobe. I want to know who to blame. Petrov and his friends. Yes, yes, yes.
Замолчи!
Shut up.
Заткнись!
Look at him scream as if something bit him. His pupils, look at how wide they are. I hope he won't go insane and resort to violence again. I mean, there must be a reason his mom always feeds him those pills, right? How the fuck she know that? How the fuck she know that? I just stood there in confusion, trying to in vain to understand how she found out about my medicine. Word! And what scared me even more was the possibility that her nonsense had some truth mixed in. How the fuck she know that?
Да-да,
Yes, that's right.
он такой же ненормальный,
He's
как
an
и его
insane
сестрица.
he's as insane as his little sister. How the fuck does she know that? I think she's the fox. I think she's the fox. I think she's the fox. She has to be the fox. After just saying that, Ren, I appreciate her army, by the way. She has to be the fox. Because who else would know us like that, bro? She gotta be the fox, right? I just fucking cracked it. I cracked it. We just beat the game. Let's go. We know who the fox is. Let's go, chat. She gotta be the fox. I am gonna lie, she gotta be the fox. Can you imagine that she says a human-sized owl visits her every night? She's the fox. Because how does she know that? But not a single healthy person has seen it. And this simpleton believes her. Can you imagine that? And then I caught a single kind look from a smirking crowd.
Это правда, Антон?
Is that true? Paulina, you there?
Неужели действительно
Are you really?
тебе не здоровится?
Are you unwell?
Полина,
Paulina,
послушай
please listen to
меня.
me.
Как же?
Yeah, right.
Не слушай
Don't listen to
этого
this liar,
дурака,
Paulinichek.
Полина. Ты еще не знаешь.
You don't even know
Он тебя на другую променял.
that he cheated on you with someone not from our school. The fuck? He cheated on you with someone from not from our school? What is she talking about?
А? Ли?
With Alisa. She's the fox, bro. She's the fox. Cause how the fuck did she know this, bro? Like, how did she know this? Paulina such as someone kicked her in the stomach and then burst out in tears and fell to the dirty floor wailing and screaming. No. Why her, Anton? Why? I couldn't understand her reaction, but I still rushed to Paulina's side before getting shoved violently by Katya. Get your paws off her, you monster. Rage was building up under the veil of my fear. It slowly rose from the cloudy mist. I felt my upper lip lift creep up, showing my teeth. The fact that your father beats your mother doesn't give you the right to do the same to girls. My fists became hammers. I couldn't unclench them. Nobody can speak about my family like that. I came to my senses when I already lunged at the angry Katya. Haha, he went nuts. Help, Petrov won't completely insane. At the same moment, the crowd around her became louder. It started whistling and roaring and growing. The set of silhouettes of the schoolmates became larger while they shot upwards towards the ceiling. They turned into giant black forests, chock full of toothy faces. I shrank to a tiny ball of fur and started shaking in fear before the might of the ulcer-ridden trunks that belonged to either trees or humans. It was impossible to tell. So you finally shown your animal nature? Coward. Katya's face was twisted with jubilation and ecstasy. Anton. Why her? No. What makes her better than me? Paulina screamed while choking on her tears. He is just an animal, an outsider. A scary flapping of wings came from the forest. A pair of giant white ears descend somewhere from above, and I dug myself into them. Anton, please, wake up. I jumped up and almost fell out of my bed. Apparently, I was thrashing around for hours on the sweat-soaked sheets. Oya's screams pulled me out, set me free from the tentacles of fear. Anton! Please, wake up. It took my eyes a while to focus on the silhouette near the window. Oya's voice was distant. My head was still ringing after the fright. Sounds got distorted, as if my ears were stuffed with cotton. My sister, as distressed as ever, just kept on repeating the same phrase. The owl. Please. I'm scared. Her tears poured onto my heart like boiling water, but I was almost thankful for the owl's appearance. Otherwise, this scared Oya wouldn't have woken me up. Wait a second, Oya. Want me to read Merzilka to you? For you? Give me. I placed my bare heels on the cold floor, felt around for my glasses. Remember Sam and his underhanded act. He's inside. Anton, please. Look. She couldn't tear her eyes off the window, as if it was a staring contest. I found a light switch with my hand and the lamp poured bright light all over me. I got up. My vision fooled me, moving the window closer only to push it further. At the same exact moment. Further in the next moment. My sister was just a blurry spot. I took a hesitant step forward.
Оль,
That's not Oya. That's not Oya.
что там?
What's there? She stopped talking. What happened?
Ты хочешь, чтобы я открыл шторы?
Do you want me to open the curtains? No, please don't.
Там же
She- She's coming from my left. She's coming from my left. She's coming from my left. Oh, that's not Oya. The voice is coming from behind. Word, that's not Oya. Don't look behind you. That's Oya at the door. Who is that? I turned around and froze from terror. Teary-eyed Oya stood in the doorway. Who are you talking to right now? She stared at me with eyes that were red from crying, with hands wrapped around her shoulders. Her voice was nervous, as if she was afraid to hear my answer. I was talking to you, to someone who pretended to be you. The ledge outside my window creaked ominously, as if something huge was sitting on top of it. It's a fucking owl. And the thing that pretended to be Oya started spreading, changing shapes, growing to some heights under the light of the carnivorous moon. What is that? Oh, I forgot to read that. He said, please come closer here. The voice didn't belong to my sister anymore. That thing was hiding behind a curtain, got tired of pretending, making me look like a fool. I pinched myself as hard as I could, hoping that the silhouette near the window was just a continuation of my nightmare, a hallucination brought upon by the cursed house. And those don't bite, do they? Silhouette was towering before me under the veil of mist. I heard Oya's shrill scream when someone had knocked on the window. Oya, it came to get us. Another knock. I stepped back into the middle of my room, as if there existed nooks where I could hide from this horror. The sound was sharp, metallic. The lamp started shimmering. Then I suddenly lighted the whole room and went out like a candle in the strong wind. The filament inside it snapped with a ringing sound. The darkness I was waiting for the exact moment poured from all angles and enveloped me. There was only this window left in the whole universe. Moonlight poured through it, painting everything the color of bones that were exhumed from a crypt. Oya started squealing and pressed herself into my back, seeking protection. And then an eye, burning with carnivorous fire, stared at us from the window. I'm good. No, it wasn't trying to break the window. It was toying with us. It just kept on knocking, driving us mad. As if a giant clock was measuring the time left for us, its pendulum swinging above the abyss. Go away, get out, shoo. She was screaming in desperation, her hands clutching my arm like a pair of pincers. Y'all hear that shit calling his name? Oh, nah. Come closer. I'm good, brother. I could barely make out a pair of wings that spread out above the black spot. Tell her, Anton. Tell it that I won't be a bad girl anymore. Never ever. I just wanted to leave. Why is it zooming in on it, bro? Yeah, I played The Last of Us, Nate Juju. Please. The moonlight suddenly disappeared and the room descended into darkness. We couldn't see the burning eye anymore. I swallowed the stingy lump that was stuck in my throat. I stepped towards the curtain and entranced by the call of this disfigured guest. Oya was standing behind me, mumbling, I'll be good, I'll be good, I'll be good. The bleak widow was creeping closer. Curtain rustled. I reached out to move them aside so I could look my fear into the eye. At this moment, I heard noises come from our parents' bedroom. Without thinking, I pulled the curtains to the side in one swing. Nothing. Though there was something shining on the ledge amongst the shattered feathers. My glasses. Fuck. How his glasses get up on the windowsill? The ones that Semyon took from me. How did they get here? Was that a gift from the gurgling night? Did that owl really bring them here? I looked at the front yard at the foreboding clearing and the toothy forest. Not a soul, not a trace of our last night guest. I feel like the owl want him to open the window, because I feel like the owl want him to open the window to allow the entity to come in the crib. Y'all get what I'm saying, bruh? Like, am I bugging? Let me know if I'm bugging, bro. Only the old lamppost dreaming like a lone watchman among the snowy desert. The dry window frame creaked. I tore away the insulating tape and the snips of glued newspaper. Opened the window with big trouble. Frost pinned me with the little needles. The paintings on my walls moved from the draft. I touched my glasses, sure they would melt in my hand, but they were real. My brain was scrambling for an explanation. Semyon and his gang just pulled a prank on me. That was it. That's it. A smooth white blanket was glittering under the street lamp outside our yard. If anybody was to get close to our house, to climb the pipe to the ledge of the window, they would surely leave footprints, but there were none. I cautiously took my glasses. My wrist was still intact. Nobody pulled me into a darkness full of restless
Вы почему не
writhing.
спите?
Mom, why aren't you in bed? I swayed from surprise and almost fell out the window.
Совсем сдурели?
Are you out your mind?
Жарко, что ли?
Did it feel hot in
Не
here?
болели давно?
Do you want to catch a cold? The owl was here. Toshka chased it away.
А ну-ка марш
Mom,
спать
go to
к
your
себе в
room
комнату.
immediately and get in your bed.
А с тобой?
And you? Mom paused directly, her seething eyes at me. She was thinking of a punishment equivalent to my crime. In the end, she just waved her hand, took Oya by the shoulder, and left, throwing gloomy words my way.
Завтра поговорим.
We'll talk tomorrow. I managed to get the frame back in place for a couple of hits, pressed in the latches with all the strength that my fingers could muster. Yeah, close that shit. The cold left the room, but the fear was still present. I placed my glasses on my nose and started studying my reflection in the window. It didn't look like a face, more like a death mask, just like the one worn by the boy from the notice board. That night, I was on the edge of joining him there. A black and white face was staring at me through the clearing between student heads. Yo, the dude that was bullying us in the forest that ran off died? He went missing? Oh no. Oh no. I don't even know what to say, brother. And it wasn't Vova. His face was right beside it. I recognized the fat-cheeked and damaged skin. Semyon. Bourbon's photo was printed out and placed under the glass like an exhibition piece. Yo. I ain't gonna lie, that's gonna be it for Tiny Bunny. Have a good night. Appreciate y'all tuning in, showing your boy some love. Yo, try to get 1% better within y'all day, man. Tomorrow. Better within y'all day, whether that's school, work, whatever. Give somebody a compliment. You never know, they might need it. And shit, be that positive change you want to see in the world. And yo, if mental health is real, so if I need somebody to talk to, feel free to message me, Instagram, TikTok, whatever. If y'all have my number, shit, text me with my number. You already know what it is. And yo, click link in my bio, join the Discord, and subscribe to YouTube. It's your boy Sham. And we signing. Oh. Yo, good night. I love y'all.